Hey, welcome to another Project Feline Devstream. Working on more Project Feline today. So, we had a bit of an adventure yesterday. We got something important working, but we had a bit of an adventure on the way there. So we were getting animation blending to work properly, which it does at the moment. I've actually made a few more changes to the just the way that the jump arc kind of works. It still doesn't look great yet, because it still needs work, but now she'll like blend between these three different poses and interpolate, not smoothly, but with that limited FPS. So that's pretty cool. I can't believe like the amount of stuff we had to do to get that to actually work. It's pretty crazy. I've made some changes to her material. I was working on this last night. I've tried to make it, yeah, we still have this issue where she gets petrified sometimes, so I haven't fixed that yet. But it seems to, if I ledge grab, it seems to fix it. But I've been doing I did some work on her materials, because one thing that's been bothering me is the specular was like really overblown, and it was like washing out the colors on her undersuit. So I've changed it so that it's a lot more, you can see now that the blue is not washed out anymore. It's like the actual correct color. And I've changed up the specular a bit because I've been trying to study the Arxis models and how they use the specular, and I think I've got something a bit closer to what they have. So if we go and look at her shoes, you can see that I've got these little seams, these little specular highlights across the seams. So I was like working on that last night because it was really bothering me that the material looks so weird. But now it's like if you see this bit of metal here, you can really see it just at the back here. You see these little lines. And they're sort of all over the place. I've put them here as well. You can see there's a bit of a... I'll stop her from moving. Oh. You can see there. Anywhere things connect, I've added these specular highlights just along the edges. Like here and like there. The middle gray bit is still kind of washed out. I need to fix that still. But it's looking a lot more metallic and normal. Even there, we've got a bit of a highlight on there as well. And this I tried to do it on the stripes too, on her undersuit. So you can see here that there's, on the edges, there's these highlights, but they're a little too strong, so I'm gonna have to tone them down a little bit. But I wanted them to have a bit of shininess to them. But that's a little too much, so I'll have to tweak that later. But yeah, so the material now should look a lot better. And I think I added those to the hair a few weeks ago, so those have been there for a bit. But yeah, I think on the back too, you can actually see, if we turn her around, you should be able to see on the back of her leg too. Yeah, you can see them here. This big highlight coming down on the side. So that was pretty cool because it resembles a lot more how anime is drawn. And yeah, it's just, I'm just happy that that's sort of now there. But in terms of the animation stuff, so we got the blend spaces working, and I'll have to consult my list of what to work on next, because the issue with this jump right now is we have the ascend, and this actually plays in the exact way I was hoping it to. During the ascend, you see her tail and hair move. So they'll sway a bit as she's jumping, and then she'll blend into this pose. And then we have a descend animation. But this one I haven't animated, it's just a static pose. And then we don't have, there's meant to be one for when she's running, but because of how I've changed how the animation's set up, it will like, she'll leap forward and then she'll like straighten her back, and it looks really strange, like this. So we're gonna have to make a similar pose to yesterday, like this, but with her leaping forward instead of upwards. And I think, well, because yeah, we'll have to set that up properly so that it isn't acting weird. One thing I really like as well with the animation blending, when you jump off a ledge and you start falling to land on it, I love that it doesn't do any of this weird computer interpolating anymore. So it almost looks like she's anticipating the ledge, and it looks really natural. Like here, you can see that her arms are starting to already move and as she's approaching the ledge, and it doesn't move in this robotic way. It moves in this limited FPS way, which is consistent with the style. So I'm really happy that that finally all those little details, it adds up. So we'll close this down. And we will get to work on this next, whatever it was. There was something in here. Oh yeah, the jump, the moving jump. So we did the jump ascend, and I've got two in here that are not meant to be here. I think this is the one this was meant to delete. I don't know why this is still here. So let me delete this duplicate. And I'll reload. So it gets rid of it. Okay, now we've just got the one. And then we need a jump so we have a jump descend. Oh no, I want a jump ascend moving. That's what I want. And I do have a pose that's similar, so we'll start there. I don't know what I called it though. I think I just called it jump start moving. So it's sort of... Actually, because this is kind of nice. I do like this one. But it's just the way that we're doing the jump animations a little differently. That's the thing. Because before, because what it's doing now is that it's sort of sticking to one pose, which would be this. It's gonna stay in this pose. Because there is one thing I don't like about this new method, and that's that I can't really control when she starts tucking her legs. Like, it'll happen when her velocity reaches a certain value, but I can't control that very easily. So when I see it play, it's like the apex animation is happening a little too late, but I can't really, unless I write my own jump, I can't really do anything about it. But the alternative is to animate it by hand, but then if the jump height varies, you don't get any control over like how long it lasts. So that's a bit not optimal either. But we do need some kind of pose like this though. So we'll copy this and we'll call this jump ascend moving. Because we just need this pose that sort of sits idle. So on this version, we'll cut out these other frames and we'll just have it at this pose. But I'll need some kind of animation for the apex of the jump. We're gonna need two different apex poses for when she's moving and standing still, because it's gonna look awkward with just the one. But that's Future Ray problem. Let me quickly open my list so I can keep track of that. Okay. So because I animated something similar to this yesterday, I'm wondering if I can actually, could I copy keyframes? Will that work? I'm not sure. Because I want the tail and hair to kind of move similarly. I feel like I want to try it. I feel like I should be able to do that. I go to my one from yesterday, because what I want is this movement. And I would like to think I can just copy the keyframes of the tail and the hair and the ear and paste them on the new one. I don't think I think that should be, if we can do that, that'd be great. So let me hide some of these other ones. We'll just get the face and the hair. And the tail. So it's just these bones. I want to copy the way these move. I hope I can do that. Oh, I can. Hey, except the hair isn't... It doesn't do it for the hair. For some reason. Why is the hair? Oh, because it isn't all keyed. Let's try that again. If I key all of this and then paste. Yeah, there we go. Hey! I could have sworn something was gonna break, but that's awesome. That saves me a lot of work. Although the way the tail moves here doesn't look as good on this one. Oh, maybe it's okay. Yeah, I think it's fine. It's just the angle I'm looking at it. Well, that's that done. This pose is a little awkward though. We should probably improve, like the hands are in the wrong posture. Probably improve her posture a little. And then we'll have to set up the animation to use this on the... We did set up the blend space yesterday, but we just don't have the right... We don't have all the pieces to put in it yet, so we'll add this to the blend space once we're done with it. So if I want the body and the fingers. Because the hands are in the default pose, and that shouldn't be. There we go. Hi, SL4. Yeah, I was expecting to have some issue right off the bat, but... Because yeah, every other time I've tried copying keyframes, it just doesn't work. I don't know why, but this time it decided to work. Maybe it's the universe's way of making it up to me from yesterday when everything was breaking. Yeah, so I can see now there's like little tweaks I have to make. Just to like, because every pose has to be really tight. It has to be immaculate for this to work. I can see an issue there too. So luckily I have, you see here with the back, it's just kind of doing this weird thing. Luckily I implemented, we haven't used these a lot yet, but this seems like an opportune time. I don't know if it'll be this bone, because there's two different bones I have for this back area to help it not crunch like that. I got little assist bones. And it looks like this one's having a tough time. I don't want to mirror it. No, that looks worse. That's interesting because I distinctly remember trying the legs and everything on this angle and it looked fine. But for whatever reason in this configuration, I don't know what's going on. But it looks... It shouldn't do that when the leg is straight. I distinctly remember making it not do that. So let's find... There's another bone in the leg that I can use. These bones. Maybe this is wrong. Ah, there we go. It's this one. So these little helper bones, I learned this from Arc System Works, because they... Remember how yesterday someone asked me about the bone count and mine was at like 200? And Arc System characters are like 400? Part of the reason that is these little helper bones. Now, I've never seen these used in any other rig, like ever. But in their characters, they have these helper bones that kind of just guide the mesh. It's basically like a substitute. I guess that's what you would use blend shapes or morph targets for. But for whatever reason, they do it with bones, and there's probably a good reason why they use bones. So I did the same thing, and lo and behold, you can see if I just tweak these around a bit, it just helps the volume. So we might as well go in and fix up this pose a bit, because I've got these in the knees too, which I haven't touched for most of these poses. So So we'll go and refine it a bit. I'll turn off the suit so I can just see her body contours a bit easier. There should be yeah, if I turn that off, and then there's a mask I can turn on so we can see her real legs. So we can actually see how everything's bending. So yeah, the knee, it was rotated like this before, but it should be like this so that the knee isn't stretching. So I know I spent a while explaining these bones when we were rigging it, but it's probably been hard to like appreciate what they do until right now, I guess, because I haven't really used them. But if we go, yeah, this is like a perfect time to start using them now, I guess. So we'll just make little tweaks. The shoulders have them too. And I think it's going to need some help there in this pose. I'll turn off the hair as well. So you can see here, it just kind of helps. It guides. So that's before. You see the difference? That's before. Oh, where's redo? After. Oh, did that? Yeah. So I'll do it without all the controllers in the way. And we'll do it with the shader on. See here, the shoulder looks like it's being squashed, and we rotate this bone slightly, and it fixes it. So that's handy. These won't look obvious in game yet because we still have export issues that will kind of mess these up. So that's something I'll have to figure out later. But for the moment, if we can just get it looking good here, we should be fine. Oh, it wasn't doing it for both sides. Oh, let me do that again. Yeah, so if I rotate it the other way, it gets really squished. So we have to just rotate it so that the volume is preserved correctly. There we go, that's much better. And again, it's minor stuff, but in anime, specifically anime, poses are so important. Like, I feel like half of the style is the way you pose characters. Like, I had that image, I've left this image open because it's so cool, of that anime I was watching. This image. If you were to pose these characters like regular mocapped people, it would not look good. Like in real life, you can't really do these poses with your real body. So the exaggerated, like the way they've kind of, why is it not letting me zoom in on this? Like, I don't know, just like if you were to try and imitate this in real life, the head would probably not be sitting there. And the proportions in real life would be different. And the way that, like, it's just the style. The poses themselves, if you took like a realistic character and posed it like this, it would look a little anime, probably. So part of the reason having those bones there is important is to really like help the poses, because without good poses, like my old model, it didn't have good poses, it kind of ruins the whole thing. So I want that the hard way. And I'm not sure if I want to like really press this leg. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I do, yeah, it needs to tuck in more. It needs to point. It has to look really exaggerated. Maybe up here even. Yeah, this looks really... and I've actually stretched her torso up a bit, but I don't know if that's a little too much on the torso. Because now that this is going to be looping, I might move it down just a little bit. But I might scale like her head a little. Just to look like she's sort of launching. Same with her hands. Oh, not like that. Hold on. I scared the head on the wrong axis too. There we go. I think you could go a little bit more on the hands. No, maybe it's too much. Oh, you know what? Maybe too much is good. Oh, I must have done something on the wrong keyframe there. If that wasn't important. Okay, the hair and everything's still moving, so that's good. This foot should, because this is also gonna play while she's still in the air, so this foot should shouldn't be bending like that. I don't know how long I'm gonna have this cough for, so excuse the coughing. That's the COVID. That's probably what they call long COVID, isn't it? So it's probably gonna stick around for a while. Oh, why did the hands reset? That wasn't, huh? Oh, I'll have to do those again though, because maybe I did them on the wrong keyframe. But that shouldn't happen. But I want to move her entire body. It's like a little too forward. And her foot's moved. Did this just hold on, did I delete the wrong keyframe there? Did that, because that just undid everything. Because I'm noticing it's all wrong now. Can I go back far enough to undo that? I don't think so. Oh no, we got it. Yeah, that's what I had. So I did that on keyframe 8 instead of keyframe 0. There we go. Oh. Oh, maybe? I don't know. Do I want one foot in the air? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But I do need to move her a little less. She's a bit too eager. That there. So now, yeah, we got that pose. Pretty, yeah, it's a lot. It feels like a better pose. With all those little tweaks. Raymond infected me with the cool... With the what? With the cough. Yeah, sorry, man. Oh, hey, we got a first timer. Adam. Rigify? Yes. Well, yes and no. A bit of Rigify and a bit of manual extra additions. A bit of custom additions. Like these tweak bones, these are manually done. But most of it is like Rigify still. But yeah, it's probably, hopefully we won't have some weird issue with all this custom stuff I've added later on. I have confidence it'll work, but you never know. Yeah, I'm a big sucker for wrong layer stuff. Happens all the time. Sorry, I'm just seeing some of your YouTube messages here. Yeah, so this is the jump when she's like, when you're moving forward. I'll open Unreal again so you can see it where in the context where it's meant to go. But it's meant to be, yeah, when you're moving and you jump, because the idle pose doesn't match. The idle looks good when you're idle, but it doesn't look good when you're moving. And I always wanted, I think we actually did have 2 animations before. So I want to do that again, but better. In fact, I'll get the old build open so you can see what the old ones look like, because I'm using the old ones as like a starting point for reference. So I'll open up the old and new builds to show you. Just gotta find the folder it's in. So yeah, like, this looks weird, but I do remember the exact file path that the executable's in, and it's just quicker for me to write it. So there's certain files I have, certain directories, that I use them so often that I know exactly where they are on the computer, so I just type in in the search bar, the exact file path. Does anyone else do that? I don't know, but I find it's quicker. Because I guess because I type so much, I feel like I can type faster than I can click. And you don't have this visual overload of, because I have a lot of folders, so I don't get overloaded with, whoa, there's like 100 folders. I just know exactly, I just go, yeah, that one. But if we go to just test map on the old model, so on an old model, we did have those 2 animations. Actually, no, we didn't. Okay, I was wrong. I just had the one with her moving forward. And that's what I'm basing this current one on. This, like, moving forward. But you can see there's issues with the lerping that we solved yesterday. So you can see that as she changes between these poses, you see, like, just in the first few frames when she's preparing to jump, her body interpolates for a little bit. That's not meant to happen. So we fix that now. And then when after the jump apex, she then lerps back to her falling pose. But there are 2 different falling poses. Yeah, so that's the other falling pose. She's a bit more bent forwards. So that's the old one. Currently on the new one. So this is how we have the idle jump, which we did yesterday. I'm still not happy with the middle pose. But that starting bit, we're just focusing on that for the moment. But when she's moving, we have this, but then it goes up back again to that one, because we don't have an actual, because the way this is done is that reaching up pose is running on a loop. So if I change the jump height to something ridiculous, she'll keep in that pose until the jump starts declining, which it didn't used to do. So if I'll show you this in practice. So I'm just having a tough time talking because my throat is just completely clogged up with something. So every time I talk, I can't breathe through my nose for some reason. So I might have awkward breaks in my sentences, but that's just a classic COVID moment, classic Walter White moment. So yeah, if I open like her character and change her jump height, because I might do that. Yeah, like if we change this to like 1200, something ridiculous, and then we see. So you see how she maintains. I know it's like ridiculously high up, but she maintains that posture as she's ascending, and she doesn't stop until she stops ascending. Whereas before, the animation, like the transition between her jumping and then relaxing would have been fixed before in the old system. It plays at a set duration, so she'd reach the apex of her animation too early. And now it's I feel like it's a little too late, but at least we can like control, we can keep it playing when it's supposed to at least. Oh, wait a minute, I just noticed something. I thought I could have sworn it played a certain animation that I didn't know was working. For a split second, she played her Iron Man pose when she landed, and I don't know how that happened. I don't know if you guys saw. But just for a split second, she was like leaning down, because I remember we added that pose in, but I haven't gotten it to work. And just for a split second, I could have swore I saw it. Oh, I can't get it to happen again. I don't know what I did. But yeah, look at the jump height's crazy though. Whee! Doing. It does look pretty bouncy with her shooting up like that. But yeah, if we do it while moving, it's gonna look kind of awkward. Because yeah, because it's still using some of the old... Yeah, it looks really awkward. So let's undo that, because I don't want the jump height that big. There we go. Actually, I have been debating, because I was messing around with this yesterday, and I've been debating whether to increase the jump height, the base jump height. Because at the moment, there's a variable height, where if you tap the spacebar, she doesn't jump very high. But if you hold it, she'll jump a little higher. And I'm wondering if, like, if this is too, like, is everyone always gonna hold it down? Or are people actually gonna use this hop? Because I can make it higher, and I don't know. I haven't decided yet if I want to keep that. Because on the one hand, you get a lot of control, because you can express, you get a lot of variance with the jump height if I leave it like this. So if you want to, like, there's these areas up here, like these little gaps, you can hop over these, and you don't overshoot like you would if you hold it. Like, you can hop over these, but I don't know if it's only ever useful in this one area. Like, if I made it slightly stronger, would it still kind of serve the purpose? The only reason I'm thinking of changing it is because the animation just looks a bit awkward because of the blending. Like that. That's the only thing. It's just because of the way the velocity, the thrust doesn't get strong enough. So she does this half blend pose and then goes to here, and it just looks a little strange. But at the same time, I don't like the idea of just changing stuff because of how it looks, because it has to also play gameplay wise. It has to, like, still work. So I don't know. That's just something I had on my mind. But it's not terribly high priority, so we don't really need to worry about it now. But we should be able to implement this now into the mix. So let's do it. So let me just hit the old export. How long have I been doing Unreal and working on this? I want to say 5 years, but that isn't full-time 5 years. So it's a bit hard to say. But I started the game back when I was, like, teaching. It was just like a little side project. I didn't take it too seriously. I just wanted to make something fun. And then it kind of, like, blew up on YouTube. And I was like, oh, okay, I should probably, like, commit to this proper and, like, finish it. But finishing's kind of hard, as it would turn out. And it's very tempting to just rush it and just crap out something, but that seems cringe, and I don't want to I don't want to do that. I just can't do it. So yeah, so I've had to basically just teach myself Unreal, because I hadn't used Unreal at all before this game, and I still don't really know Unreal that well. Like, based on yesterday, I don't think I know it too well. We had heaps of issues yesterday. I only know what I've touched, but there's heaps I haven't touched. So yeah, but I learn as I go. That's my style. But I think, yeah, so officially, like, I made my first video about it like 5 years ago, I think. But oh my goodness, so much has changed since then. If you want to see how it looked like 5 years ago, it's such a drastic difference. You should check my YouTube linked in the cards and watch like the first episode, and it's just so, my god. I feel embarrassed that I even talked about the game that early, because it's so awful. But with enough time, effort, it'll shape up, hopefully, to something good. Okay, yeah, I just gotta get the right settings here. So we need Y negative forward. Select visible objects only. And I wanna, there's a name I need to name this thing. Jump, ascend, jump, yes, it's jump, ascend, moving. So let's go import that. And I'll just type in the file path, because I know what file this is supposed to be in. Here we go. So open up character, Gabi, animations, and we'll drag you in. So it's not going to look exactly perfect in Unreal because of the FBX problem, so the face is going to look really deformed. But that's future Ray problem. So we'll change the animation stepping, and then I think we should just be able to open that blend space and put it in. I think this was it. Yeah, so we'll add Gabi, jump, ascend, moving. We'll add that in about here. And we'll need to add these other animations here. So what are these? What are the names of these? Jump, moving. Let me type in the right numbers. So it's going to be like the same on both sides of this, but it just, the forward velocity is the sideways axis. So I do need to copy some, and I need to add another jump moving in here. Oh, why is this not working? There we go. So it's not gonna look very well still, but it's something. And we gotta have to have the descent. Should go here. So it'll look slightly better now. Yeah, so there we go. Oh. Petrificus totalis. That's a feature, guys. You see, I've added this cool feature in the game where there's wizards, and there's a slight chance in any environment that they'll cast Petrificus totalis on you and petrify you. So that was a cool feature we implemented yesterday. And then, yeah, you just gotta go do a ledge grab and you'll break the spell. That's fun gameplay. So if we do the idle jump versus the moving jump. Oh, it seems to have it's doing something a bit strange there. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's happening. I mean, you can kind of see it. She's at least doing the pose, but it's blending. I know what the issue is. If we go to jump, I think it's called jump as because we had jump start idle, and then we made a second one of this jump start idle 2, which just has her crouching down. We need to implement that for the movement, which we haven't done. I think it's 2 frames long from memory. So all we have to do is find her jump start moving, because I want to take this pose and we need to have it play that pose first and then go straight to that loop. So I'll make a copy of this and we'll call this jump start moving 2 for the moment, because I need to figure out, I don't know if I want to keep the others yet or not, but I basically take this, delete all the keyframes that come after it, put this on frame 0, and we have this go for 2 frames, and then we simply export it. I think this is straight up called jump start moving. And I know exactly where this, because there's another blend space for this too. Jump start moving. Let's drag you in. So it needs this pose. Oh, it looks like it's detected it. It's in there already. Alright, well now that should play right. Actually, yeah, no, it'll be in the blend space already, so we just had to replace that animation and that's it. And I've got the notify in there from yesterday too. So yeah, there we go. Now it's actually playing through the loop properly. So watch this. There we go. So that's her forward. I still think it looks a little... I don't know, there's something about it that's a bit off. I don't know if she's leaning too... Like, should I move her body back a bit? I don't know if it's too far forward. So we've got the jump like that, and then the moving jump. Because one thing that's throwing me off, yeah, I think we're going to have to move her posture back a bit. Because it's just occurred to me, because if I want to make a different pose, because I've just got this Spider-Man looking pose at the moment for this apex of the jump. But if I want to make any kind of pose, I'm probably going to keep her centered. So if we actually look at her collision, it's a bit hard to see. Turn on like, God, it is really hard to see. But I don't know if you can see her capsule now, but you see how far she goes outside of her capsule? That's worrying me. I feel like we need to move her body to compensate so it stays in the center, because it does look like she's moving forward and then back. When she bends back up, she's going back, and that looks bad. Now, you might say, well, Ray, wouldn't it look like she's moving backwards at the start of the jump now if I move it? And not really, because she's going to be in motion. So it's actually going to probably look like she's pushing away more, because she's doing it as she's kicking off. That's what I think we can get away with that. Because, yeah, she's going way too... And then if we do this up against a wall, she's going to clip through the wall. So we got to be careful. Yeah, watch this. If I do the jump... Oh, wait, no, she climbs. I forgot she climbs. So, nice save, Gabi. Nice one. But if we try and find a wall where she can't climb on it, it'll break the illusion. What's really cool as well, I totally forgot this, because we now have the blending fall pose, when she lands on a grind rail, it looks cool too. Because she blends between all these poses. So we'll go to a wall that I know she can't climb, like this. Oh no, she can climb that one. Okay, it's this one then. See how, yeah, when I jump through here, she goes through it. Hold on, slow motion that. See that? Yeah, so we can't have that. It's gonna look too bad. She, like, yeah, half her body vanishes from the front view. It looks like we don't want a platform 9 3/4 situation happening, so, yeah. And it looks like it also works when she's double jumping, too. It also plays it. Yeah, interesting. So A double jump, that's what I wanted to work on as well today, because I want her to give her a cool flip double jump that looks sick, because I love doing the flips. The flips are so fun, and I'm like, I'm not seeing enough flips in this movement, so we need a double jump as well. I was looking at my list, and I'm thinking, there's something I'm forgetting here that's really awesome that I'm forgetting about, and that is the double jump. Because that's gonna be awesome. Oh, sorry, chat was paused. I didn't have the scroll wheel up to date. Good night, SL. Sorry, Adam, I didn't see your messages there. Started to learn Unreal this week and I felt lost. Well, yeah, me too. You can't learn it in a week, so don't be too hard on yourself. It took me, well, it's been years and I still don't really know how to use the engine. So I don't know. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's actually, well, it's if you've never done any game dev stuff, you're using like a AAA engine. Now, don't take that as a discouragement. It just means that it's going to be hard. So most people would not even bother trying. But yeah, keep in mind this is like a AAA industry standard. It's actually probably at the top of industry standard, even. Because most proprietary devs, they don't have to make the engine so good that the general public could use it. Because they just have to make it good enough for their team. So Unreal is probably at the top of like... Because it has to be good enough that some guy like me can use it and not... and want to... Because the game that Epic are playing here is they want adoption, mass adoption of this engine, which is why they make it free. And you can't just do that with like, imagine if Frostbite, there's a reason why they haven't released Frostbite to the public. Let's just say, is it actually, maybe it is released, but I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's proprietary, or the full creation engine. Like, they have the modding tools, but there's a reason why they haven't made that public. Because if they did, they'd have to up their standard heaps and make it so that even the stupidest guy could use it. And they're not going to do that. But but Epic have made the effort to do that, which means, you know, it means it's good. It's good enough that like people that have no obligation to use the engine, like I don't work there, I don't have to contractually use their tech. It's so good that just some random people will want to use it. So when you figure out more, you'll have that waiting for you. You'll have the confidence of like, oh, I'm using a really good tool. But because it's a really good tool, it's not gonna... Don't get upset if it's like hard. It's meant to be hard. If it was easy, I mean, it's meant to be easy enough, but it's not meant to be too easy. Because if it was too easy, I don't know. I reckon it's never a good idea to set the bar too low, I reckon. You know, it's not like Scratch. Like an 8-year-old couldn't use it, obviously. But, you know. But yeah, don't, if it's just your first week, like, it's gonna take you a few months, probably. But if you give up after a week, you'll never get to the next quest, the next part. So what was let's see. So that's now exported. There was something else I was gonna do next. There was something with the jump. Oh yeah, I was gonna move her back. So we'll do that. We might actually, or we'll adjust it here too. We'll move her back here as well, because she's leaning a bit too far forward. Or we could use her center of mass bone. That actually, because I'm trying hard to not rely too much on this bone for anything that isn't doing somersaults. But it might be a good idea. I just want to think carefully if this is the appropriate time to use this bone. Is it the appropriate time to use this bone? I'm gonna say, well, because we could do this. Is there gonna be some issue with blending animations if I do that? I just gotta think carefully here. I don't think so. There shouldn't be an issue. Because you just have to watch out. You just gotta be careful with this stuff. Oh, oops. I don't think there should be an issue. I just have to make sure that it's keyed everywhere else. So if I go back to the jump ascend, oh, it's gonna move it back here. So I just have to make sure it's keyed appropriately. So we'll move it back here too. I'm just really hoping there isn't some weird issue that'll happen. Because I want to have it so that her hips are in the middle. I don't know. I just have a bad feeling about moving this bone. Like, my logical brain says I should do it, but I have a gut feeling I shouldn't. So we'll do it. I don't feel good about it. So we're just gonna move her rest of her body. I feel more comfortable doing that. I don't know what it is. I just have a feeling that something will happen. So I want to just move her whole body like this. Where's ascend? Oh, oops. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Is that pose meant to be symmetrical? Yes, okay. It shouldn't be symmetrical though, we should touch that up a bit, but we'll do that next. Jump, moving? Oh, which one was it? Oh yes, jump start moving. Oh no, it was jump ascend moving. Why does her leg vanish when I do that? Okay, there we go. Oh, come on. Come on now. So where do I want her hips sort of sitting in the middle here. There we go. So we'll re-export this. Jump ascend moving. And then for the other one, jump start moving. That's 2 frames. And we should just be able to click this and re-import them. It'll move them a little. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that looks better to me. So we are moving her body back, but it looks better because her torso is staying in the same spot. So yeah, now it doesn't look like she's going forward and then pivoting back from her feet in midair. It looks like, yeah, it looks like she's actually pulling her legs up and not her legs pulling her. That's much better. Look at that graceful leap. That graceful leap. Look at that. It's amazing. And just to really drive it home, if we have her jump height to something ridiculous, it'll still look graceful. It'll still look graceful. So I do jump Z, whatever it's called, character in a jump velocity. So if we do that, it'll be really great. It'll be so graceful. So watch this. It's so awesome. Ooh. So we'll set that back. And I don't think I need that open now. And I just gotta think what's next. Because we can leave that as it is for the moment, I reckon. Should be alright. But, is there anything I'm missing? Oh, yeah. So I guess we could move on to the double jump, because that's gonna be really cool. Oh, actually, no, there is something we are missing. Let me watch it again. Elijah says you've been using the engine for 2 years and you're still confused regularly. Yeah. Yep, me too. Yeah, especially yesterday, man. I was so confused. So the only thing that's kind of It's the descent pose, but I don't really know what I want for that pose of her, because she only has one descent. So that's the one where she's falling. So you'll see it play here. And firstly, it's not animated, so that's not good. I'm actually, I don't know, because we could do a lot of different poses, I suppose, for that. So I'm not even sure if because I could start polishing up and moving bits around, but I don't even know if it's I feel like I could do a better pose, but I don't really know how I want it. I don't have an image in my head on how I want it to look. But I know that we'll need different ones for when she's moving and when she's descending. Because I don't know, there's just... So yeah, that's when she's just not moving. And then when she's like moving very fast, I don't want it... It looks really weird when it's that same pose. Like I'll try and get a lot of speed and we'll try and do it. Yeah, like, it looks really awkward when she's moving forward a lot. And it, like it doesn't... yeah, it looks kind of bad. But I don't know what pose I want. But I know what I want for the double jump, so we'll do that. Because I know what I want there. I've already got something prepared for it, actually. So if I do have a somersault animation, but I need to... I don't know if it'll work with the rest of the animations. But I have this somersault that I made. Oh, I need to speed it up. I think it's 20 frames? 24 frames. I do have this somersault, which would be a great double jump. But I just gotta think how I want to implement it. I guess we'll try it just with, because I've got 24 keyframes of her rotating here. We'll try this and see if it like will work. Because I feel like I'm gonna have to add some poses in and out. But I don't know, maybe the blending might take care of it. Like the interpolated blending, or not, I don't know. Let's just see how it looks as it is, and it'll probably be obvious what I need to do to it. Once I see it. So we'll export this out. So we'll call this Gabi jump. What do I want to call this? Call this aerial jump. No, I think I might know how it will play. We'll use an anim montage for this. It might be too slow though, that's the only concern. But we need to make that an anim montage too. So we'll go create anim montage. Oh, actually no, before I do that, there is something else from yesterday we have to do. We have to add a notify at the end. Or we might not, but just we'll do it because I've put it on the other ones just to be consistent. So we'll add a end notify at the 23rd frame, just in case. And then we'll make a montage. And then I should be able to implement that into her blueprint. Character movement, feline. Oh, where? I just gotta remember where it is. I think it's in the feline component. Here we go. Oh, what's this? It's a bit, it's doing something. Something's going on. Oh, it's got in and out blending on, so let's get rid of that, because we can't have blending for anim montages. So it'll have some setting in here that lets me get rid of blend time. Let's turn that off. Alright, it's a bit slow. It needs to be sped up. But the form is so much better than her old somersault. So I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna have to do this in Blender, but just to see how fast it should be. If I make it like double speed. Oh, is that too slow? Oh, it feels pretty cool though. The transitions are a bit awkward, that's what I was worried about. And it does look, I don't know, it looks a little too, the form, it does look a little too compact. I was hoping it would look a bit better. I think I know why though. I'm gonna try something insane. Because there's a trick to this. If I go to, we'll make a copy of this, and we'll call this jump aerial. And I need to turn off all the bones except her center of mass. This bone. So what I need to like speed up how many frames this is. If I do 8, is 8 frames gonna be too fast, I wonder? I think 8 frames might work. What if I did... Oh, what if I did a double flip? Okay, that's too fast. So I'll change that back. So then the way I did this was, because I just have her in a static pose and I just rotate her. But to get the limited FPS, I have to sample the movement, sample keyframes, turn off interpolation, and I take out every other frame. But I feel like I need to space these out a little different. Like the way that this is, instead of just taking out every other frame, I get the feeling that the beginning should have less frames and the middle should have a few more. So it looks like it's accelerating and decelerating. Like this. But I feel like that's too many frames. If I take out these two... Yeah, maybe I'll just leave it like this, because I think if I try to add on ones, it's gonna look too... It's gonna look all wrong. So how many frames is this? 8 frames? So I'm gonna have to remake that montage. But if I re-import the animation, I don't know if it'll get rid of that notify too. If I go re-import. Oh, it still kept the notify there. That's cool. It does, yeah, it does look a little too spherical. I don't know, because that's how I thought Gymnast flipped. I thought it was very spherical. But yeah, it does look a bit strange. So try this again. Just with the speed, because I want to get the rhythm correct. Oh, I gotta attach it again. Okay, that timing is better. But it does end a little too soon. Yeah, it's a little too quick now. Or maybe it just needs a better transition. No, it is too quick. It does feel too quick. I can barely register it. So maybe 10 frames, not 8. Needs to be like 2 frames longer. And yeah, it's too spherical. There was something it's not the exact same kind of flip, but I did find a video that I thought was really cool. I thought the pose was really cool on it. I'll just see if I can dig it up really quick. I'll open my animation reference up. 1 second. Oh, here we go. So I was looking up more, don't laugh, I was looking up more Sporticus, okay, because Sporticus is cool. And where are you guys? There you are. There's a specific flip he does in this music video. He does like this cool, it looks like a double jump, but it isn't. Like just the way they've edited it. He's flipping off the table in this shot, but when you pair it with this shot, and that, it looks like he's double jumping. And I thought, this is sick. So maybe something like this, it's like backflip, and not a front flip. But maybe that'll look cool as well. Like just this bit. Can I loop it? Hold on. Also, his jumping posture is interesting. We should keep an eye on that. How does 2,500 people dislike this? What a travesty. Whoever did that is cringe. How could you dislike Sporticus? So we'll do 0, 0, and we'll loop this time code. That should be enough. Okay, 21 seconds. Oh, now it cuts it off. I hate this looping plugin is so bad. It doesn't actually get the time code I want. Because now it loops too long. But if I cut it off a frame, it's too little. But this is I like this sort of shape. And it's very... Actually, I have drawn Gabi in this exact pose before. Maybe that's why I like it, because I remember drawing her in this pose when I was doing her first model. I like this pose too. This is a bit different from the Spider-Man pose. Her legs, his legs, instead of being as spread out, they're more tucked in, and his arms, instead of going back, are more forward. And I think having the arms forward, because there's another issue I've been noticing with this jump pose, because her arms only go back in that pose and not anywhere else, and it looks really awkward. So I think that is a good reference for a better jump pose too. Because watch this. So you see when she moves up like this, her arms are in front of her, but then they go like behind her like this. But only for the middle of the jump, and then when she's descending, they go back up again. And her arms, it's just too much, you know? It's moving back and forward too much. Whereas in Sporticus's jump, the arms are forward. They're like this, not backwards. So they're like this, and I think that would blend better with her other animations. And then the legs, it's a similar body posture, but he has his hips and legs tucked in more to his chest. So he actually looks more compressed, which I do like, because I want her to be really tall and then really like this, like that, and like that for the jump, during the jump arc. It has to go stretch and then squash. And this has more squash. So that, and then there's the flip part. And I like that flip. I just don't know if it would make a good double jump. I guess there's only one way to find out. I don't know, does a backflip work as a double jump? I don't know. I don't see why not. But I do like this pose. So I might leave this open. But yeah, I'll need to, I think, because the front flip is also cool, but we need to find different front flip reference. But seeing as I have this open, we will improve, because that jump pose is bothering me. So I'll keep this around, but we'll go back to the jump. This looks like an idle jump. So I don't think I've actually got one. Just a looping, because we have jump loop moving. That's the current one. That's the current one. So we'll copy this. We'll call this jump loop idle, which I don't think we have yet. And we'll change this to look a bit more like what I'm seeing here, because this looks better. So it looks to me, yeah, his legs are like this, and his hips. It's a bit hard to see because I'm looking at it from the front, but the legs almost cross over, so the legs are closer together, like this. Yeah, oh, this looks so cool. I like this already. I can already tell this is gonna be a good one. See, that's Sporticus is a role model to all, even Gabi. And what? The dislike ratio is unacceptable on that. It's a great song too. I don't know what it. I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but if you try and like search songs on YouTube, for whatever reason, they always have like worrying dislike ratios, but only on music. Like it's always like you will physically see like a third of it is just dislikes on every song. But for any other normal video, it isn't. And I'm like, why do people hate songs so much? I don't understand. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why everyone just leaves so many dislikes on music. Imagining Gabi in the Sonic Adventure pose. Oh, I don't think Gabi has the anatomy. She doesn't have the proportions to pull that off, I don't think. So we're not gonna go near Sonic, I don't think. I'm still kind of in disbelief how bad the Frontiers animations were, because I remember someone suggested we look at them, and then I looked at it for like 2 minutes and I was like, is this seriously, like, is this, they shipped this? Like, it just looks so stiff. I don't know how the players keep saying it's such an amazing, it's the best Sonic game. It looks really, I think they can do better. I mean, maybe not. If they could do better, they would have done better, but it's, yeah, I've seen them do better animations than in that Frontiers. But yeah, I think there is a thing where if you try to animate like Sonic, it'll just look like Sonic. And Sonic, I don't know, the proportions are in such a way that it can do animations that no other character can. So, so yeah, we can't really, we're gonna stay away. Sporticus is our hero. I'm trying to, because his arms are very spread out, actually. Mr. Sporticus. It's hard to tell too, because his arms are so muscular that it's hard to tell if he's bending them. I don't think he is. I think he's keeping them straight. But they're just so muscular, it's crazy. So I mean, oh, I lost the pose. So yeah, I think the arms are actually straight. Like this. But I think my torso's bent too much, I think. Yeah, the back has to be straighter. That's Sporticus's one. But I feel like I do want to bend it a little bit, just to exaggerate it. Trying to get the back posture right. And the fists are clenched. Should I don't know. Should I leave her fists open? I think I might leave them open for the moment. Maybe, I know there's probably a reason why his fists are clenched though. It does look pretty cool. But I'll leave them open for now to see if I like it. Like cheerleader arms? Interesting. I've actually, you know what, now that I think about it, cheerleading would be a good reference too, because I guess in Australia we don't really have cheerleaders. I'm not really a sports guy, so I don't know, but it seems like a very American thing, so I don't see them in my day-to-day life. But I guess that would have a certain rule set to it, of like how to move. Maybe that might be worth looking at for something. We'll just get her armor out of the way because it's hard to see. So I'm gonna have to do some asymmetry here. Alright, I reckon maybe this. So let's go and just make sure things aren't clipping into each other. So his feet are sort of, one is behind and one is forward. Like this. And one of the feet, oh yeah, this knee is a bit higher on, yeah, cool. And I don't know if there's any twist. I don't think there's any twist in the torso. But he does have this shoulder kind of up a little higher. I'll have this arm go up a little more, just to add some asymmetry. Oh, maybe not. It looks a bit awkward. I reckon, yeah, let's try that as a pose. It's just something about the back does bother me a bit. Yeah, it's just the hips need to come a bit forward. Yeah, because I'm exaggerating it a little. I'm really bending her more than Sporticus. Because with just Sporticus's posture, it looks a bit too, doesn't look anime enough. So let's, we'll give this a spin. So I'm just going to try the static pose for the moment, because again, posing is key. If the pose looks bad, there's no point in adding all the detail. So we'll go in and, actually, speaking of just with the posing, because I know that the tweak bones can make this look even better. So let me adjust her tweak bones. Oh, it looks like, oh, these weren't keyed in. Ah, because yeah, there was some weird asymmetry in her tweak bones here that were making it look a little strange. So let me just go and adjust those so that the pose really is the best it can be. So these must have been left over from that other animation we were doing. So yeah, these torso bones and knees need to be rotated a little. So you see with her knees, so that's the default. I'll turn on the topology. So that's default what'll happen. And the knee's being stretched over the knee, like the bend. But if I rotate this bone, I'll do it with locally. If I rotate it like that, now the knee maintains its volume. And these don't look right. These bones, they don't look right. There we go. So just do a bit of, and the shoulders probably need a bit of help. Oh yeah, so this was carried over from the other pose we were doing. It was, okay, well, we want those reset then. Alright, that looks alright. Oh, what was this keyframe? Okay, we don't want this. So yeah, that's the difference the tweak bones can make. If you set them correct, little bits of the model will look better. So let's see how that looks. This will be jump, what's the name of this one? Jump loop idle. Jump loop idle. And I think all we need to do on that jump blend space is change one of these poses. This one. So we'll change this to jump. Oh no, I've named this differently here. Okay, this, I can already tell this is gonna look better. Ha ha ha. So let's get out in the sun. So that's how it looks now. So she goes from there to there. The arms, they don't look like she's like hurting them to bring them back. It looks like a natural blend. That's cool. I just wish I could make it so that it activates sooner, but I've tried and I can't. Because of the way it tracks velocity. Oh. She's frozen again. There we go. Whoa, hold on. That flip with the ledge jump looked sick. And blending between the flip and that pose does look pretty cool. Just, yeah, the way I love, yeah, this is a good pose. With her legs out in front of her like that. So watch how she blends between the flip and then that pose. I like it. And then, yeah, the moving pose is still this. But it blends, so can I get it to like show the blend? So if I have her stand still. Yeah, as you can see, it's hard to notice, but if I start moving, it'll blend to the other pose. In fact, I might be able to keep that pose there longer if I switch out some of these slots. If I do, if I replace this with jump moving, and I replace this with jump idle loop. it'll get rid of the descend animation, so it stays in this pose longer, and you can see the difference. So we've got that pose versus this more Spider-Man looking one. Oh, I want to see how it blends between them in the air, actually. Oh, that's really sensitive. Interesting. It's like if you're moving any amount, it just blends. Okay, it at least it steps, which is good. I didn't actually know because I haven't looked at it on the jump yet. So yeah, if I start moving forward and if I try to kill my velocity somehow, which I don't think I can when I'm in the air, it'll like blend to the... So yeah, if you're moving even slightly forward, it plays the moving one. Yeah, we'll bring back the descent pose. There we go. I just wish that pose lasted longer, because it doesn't last very long. But I tried all last night. I was fiddling around with the blend times and I just couldn't get it to last longer. It's just tricky because of the velocity change. I guess to do that, you have to physically change the jump velocity, which I don't know how to do that. I don't know if that's worth it. Because what I'm thinking here, what I want is that I want it so that the jump acceleration, I guess it's called an acceleration curve, because I don't have one. I'm just using the default Unreal jump. But if I could control the curve of the jump, not only would it change how the animations look, it would change how the jump functions. So I don't know if I want to go that far. But basically I would try to make it so that she shoots up quicker and the descend is slower, kind of like in a 2D platformer. But I don't know how to do that. So I don't know if that's something I should bother with, because the jump does work. No one has complained about the jump. But if I could control the velocity and how the acceleration is, I could make it look better when animated. So that's what I'd have to do. Because you have to physically make it so that she hangs in the air longer, which is not physically natural. I mean, a lot of this isn't physically natural, but this jump function this is the stock Unreal jump, which doesn't give me control over that. Because it's a bit too quick. But anyway, can't really do much about that now. But at least I like this pose, at least. That double jump is bothering me though. I don't know what to do about that. I'm wondering if I should try this flip. Actually, let me see something. Because I see. Because there is one thing that mine doesn't, that's a bit awkward about mine. There is something else I'm noticing of the ascend pose. I'll get out and I keep spawning me in the shade. It's easy to see in the sun. The only thing that's different is that Gabi raises one of her legs, where Sporticus keeps them both straight. And I don't know if I should change that. Because it does look nice with the leg up. But Sporticus, because I guess she'd only be pushing off with one leg at that point. Whereas Sporticus's jump, he has both legs. He bends them at the same time. And it looks like his knees are acting as a unit with his weight. Because I think I'm seeing what I'm seeing here is the way that the legs affect his weight. Because if Gabi lifts one leg higher, It doesn't look like, because what Sporticus looks like he's doing, it almost looks like the lower leg from the knee down is thrusting upwards and taking the body with it. That's what it looks like. Like, it almost looks like the legs are pushing. I mean, of course that's what's happening, but yeah, having it Gabi just with one leg, it doesn't look as the force, because there's a certain thing with like his weight. Gabi doesn't feel as heavy as when I see this. Like that sort of, that weight. And Gabi's transition is slower too. Something I don't like, I'm just reading Yasin's message. Something I don't like about Unreal is how much tinkering you have to do. Yeah, but it's like, you could make your own engine, so it could be worse, I guess. But yeah, I had to do a lot of tweaking. Gabi needs a jump cancel. I don't think... What do you mean, a jump cancel? No, we used to have something like that, but it was really... It sounds like a good idea, but it just didn't... I didn't like it. I don't know. It sounds like a good idea, but in practice it just felt awkward, so I took it out. Yeah, because I'm just looking... Yeah, it looks like her knee is stiff. Like her right knee, it's like staying in the same spot when I do a little jump like this. Yeah, I think I need to move... Both of her legs need to be straight. I think that's what I need to do. Yeah, it'll look better. I think it'll look better. So we'll go jump, ascend, idle. And we'll just change it so that her leg is copying the other. So we'll copy. And if I select the same bones on this side and paste mirrored, it should just copy it. There we go. Like this. That's very exaggerated, of course. Is that actually symmetrical? Doesn't look perfectly symmetrical. I guess it is. Oh, it's just the normals, that's why. And then this hand should maybe come up higher. Fingers need to be straighter. There we go. Let me reset that bone. I want to have a bit of bend in the fingers, but not too much. There we go. Just improve it a bit. And yeah, I haven't done those tweak bones on this pose. This does look awkward. Ah, there we go. Much better. I feel like her neck should come forward a bit. So by just changing that, I don't have to, I can keep the rest of it as it is, but just changing the pose. So this is the jump loop. This is the jump ascend idle. We're going to replace that. Jump ascend idle, re-import. So now she's straighter. Ah, yes. I don't know, instantly I can just see it looks like she's more balanced. She looks like a diver almost. I know that her rig's glitching out a bit with the FBX, but don't worry about that. Although she does look a little too straight. Maybe I went a little overboard on the arms. It looks a little too... We need a bit more bend in the arms, I think. Or maybe... One idea I had was having her arms beside her instead of above her. I don't know, what do we think of that idea? Like, instead of her going up, her arms are sort of like that and her head is sticking out. That's another idea that I was, like, contemplating. Because I think it's just... Oh, wait a minute. It's playing one of the poses at the wrong time. Oh, I think I know why. It's playing... Yeah, it's just... I don't know if you guys can see it, but for one frame at the beginning of the jump, it's sometimes playing the mid-air pose. I know why that is, though. It's the velocity being... It's the velocity hasn't fully accelerated. Oh no, it shouldn't do that, though. I don't know. Because that way... Because one thing I don't like is that her arms go up, side, and then back up again. So maybe if they went down, side, and then up, it would have a more flow. That's sort of what I'm thinking. I'll give it a try. We could sit here and pontificate, but I'm gonna try it. Because I think the natural arc of the arms going like down and then up would look cool, instead of her going like this. I don't know. That's what I reckon. So I think all I need to do is just adjust her shoulders and move her arms lower. And if I don't like it, I haven't saved it, so if I don't like it, I can revert back. But I'll have them going alongside her body like this. Oh no, I didn't mean to click that format. FBX. Let's try how that looks. Interesting. Feels different. But I like the arm movement more. It looks more... I don't know. I just like it more. Because the arms, yeah, they go down, up, and above. Looks like she's sort of launching like a torpedo. I like that. She still has her arms out when she's moving, though. So maybe I'll do that. I'll keep that for when she's jumping forwards. She'll have her arms out still. And I can see that her arms are clipping there, so I'll have to fix that too. But when she's just jumping idly... Like, even this feels satisfying to just repeat over and over. Watching her hands move. Like, they're going in circles. And I don't know why, but it's satisfying. Like, watch her... Keep an eye on her glove. because she's got the gloves on, it makes it's very high contrast, which is why it's drawing my attention to it. Just seeing them go in that arc like that, wax on, wax off, am I right? I don't know, it's just satisfying. There's probably some complicated reason for why that is, but I like it. How does it look if, yeah, like if I had the jump last really long, if I go back to that jump height and make it really big. And can I turn off, I just want to turn off like the camera lerping so I just see her in the frame constantly. I think there should be a setting in here for that. Just turn off camera lag. And there's a setting in here too. Turn that off. So now so now she'll stay in the middle of the frame so she doesn't go off screen. Oh yeah, that just, I don't know, it just looks cool. So that's her forward leap. Yeah, the fall pose here looks awkward as hell, but her idol, I like it. I imagine using a jump pad like this, because there are jump pads. Oh, she's petrified again. Gabi, wake up. Let's find a jump pad. Oh, what? Hold on. There's a bit of an animation bug there. Oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's so... But why is she playing the land? She's playing the Iron Man pose animation sometimes. Yeah, see, she's doing that pose. I don't know why that's happening. And now it's not playing. Okay, now it's fine. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, there it is again. I don't know why that pose keeps showing up. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. But it's ruining the jump. Oh, this is satisfying. Oh. I'm just sorry. I just have to like look at this. I'm just so I like to cherish these moments where I actually get an animation I'm happy with. It's a good feeling. I just love it. I just love looking at it. And that's what you want. You want to love looking at it. Because if I like looking at it, players will like looking at it. And I don't know if anyone like those games where you literally will just spam moves over and over because the animation's sick for it. That's like I'm feeling like we might have some of that going on. The double jump doesn't look as bad now, but it does look a little... It needs a bit more stuff sticking out in the silhouette. But it doesn't look as bad. I'm just trying to look at it from different angles. Oh yeah, from this angle it looks awesome. Looking at it from below, I know the model's glitched out slightly. Why is it playing the landing pose there? That's really strange. I don't know what's going on. I guess the double jump sort of cancels. For someone saying earlier there should be a jump cancel. The double jump will kind of do that if you know how to wield it. Because it resets her velocity a bit. And actually, now that the jump's longer, you can see the blend between the forward. It's actually very rapid. Like if I start moving forward, she instantly snaps to that pose. So I'm gonna have to adjust the animation blending, but I will turn off the changes I made. to her movement to keep that normal. But on the blend space, on this BP Gabi jump, the forward velocity, the max axis has to be bigger. So we'll do like 400. So the smoothing should be a bit nicer. Because I noticed the smaller the axis numbers, the less in-between blends it'll have. So yeah, you see now it kind of blends to the forward one a bit more. That looks better. She starts to sort of, instead of just snapping forward, she like blends forward. But it doesn't do it the weird way where it has 60 FPS blending. It does the in-between limited animation blending. That's cool. I just want to see, because there is a level with a jump pad in it. And I want to, because there's something weird going on with the jump pads. Yeah, I think that landing animation seems to be happening for the forward jump, I'm noticing. I do remember that I might have an idea why. Some random dude says, can't wait for the game to be out. Thanks, me too. But over in this level, which I know, I need to make a video about this level, but it's coming, okay? I've just been kind of busy. I'm actually, just this morning, I was working on a script for these dudes, which it only occurred to me recently, because I made these drone characters. I made this like over a year ago, and it only occurred to me that I haven't made a video about it yet. And it's like, oh, my audience probably has no idea I even built these characters, unless they were there for that live stream like a year ago. So, script's coming up on that one. Now that I've finished reorganizing all my files, it's going to be easy to produce, hopefully, unless something bad happens. But there's a jump pad right at the end here. Oh, I love what, that was so fun. I want to do that again. So let's get these enemies out of here. Yeah, so it's like when I walk into it, it plays that land pose. That's strange. Only when I walk into it. That's, interesting. What if I don't move? Okay, if I'm not moving, it's fine. Oh no, never mind. Okay, now it's fine. If I don't move at all, no, never mind. I'm just thinking forward movement, but it's like random. Yeah, now it plays there sometimes and it doesn't sometimes. I don't know why that is. But you see with that tail movement, when I was talking about yesterday with the Arxis animations, see the way her tail and hair move and the rest of the body doesn't? That's the kind of magic anime stuff in motion. I think I'm getting the hang of it now. I feel like I'm getting the hang of how to animate an anime character. Because there's two problems, and we were talking about this yesterday. There's a two-pronged issue, or not an issue, it's a challenge. There's a two-pronged challenge with Gabi's rig, and that's that it's so complicated. Like, the rig is 200 bones, which I've never operated before, and it also has to move very stylistically, which I've also not done before. And it isn't just cutting the in-betweens out. It isn't just that. It's the whole posing and the rules of it, if its movement. So these little things like this, so for those that weren't here, I'll like quickly kind of try to describe what I'm saying. It's probably easier if I show you in Blender. So let me just save all this. But one of the rules that I'm picking up on is that you can get away in the anime style, and I've just noticed her shoulders are completely screwed up here. How did I not notice that? Well, let's fix that up. While I do this though, because the rules are, you can get away with not moving bits of the body, but you can't not move anything. So for this is that whole animation. It's just 2 frames, and her tail and hair move, and they oscillate between 2 frames. So this isn't the kind of thing you do on like a normal, like a Nathan Drake type character. Like, you don't do this sort of stuff on that. This is the sort of rules I'm talking about, where it's like, not only do you have 200 bones that, you know, because with the bits that do move, there are lots of bones in there that are moving. Like in the hair, there's like 20 bones in there that are all moving around. And in the tail, there's like 20 bones that are moving. Like these little blue spheres that are adjustment bones, those are moving ever so slightly in between these frames. And you need that to have it look hand done. And I'm also noticing that the tail is rotated. Now that we've rotated the hips back to normal, I'm gonna have to, so this pose I'm gonna have to adjust it just a little bit. So I need to rotate her something. Gonna rotate her tail back this way. But I don't know if it, yeah, it's gonna look awful. Because the tailbone in particular is a very complicated system. So I want to just pivot the whole thing over, but there's like follow through the entire skeleton. But I just want to shift it over to her side a little so it doesn't look as asymmetrical. That's all I want. Maybe this bone. Or this one. Because the way, I don't know, it's just the way you meant to, the way you animate it is not the way you animate a normal character. So picking up on those little rules when I was staring at the Arxis characters, like it's starting to kind of make sense now, but not fully. But I feel like I have a slightly better intuitive eye for it now than I did last week. I'm just trying to get the tail to balance out there because it's leaning to her other leg too much and it's bothering me. Oh, there we go. I have to rotate it like this. It's still leaning too much this way. Oh, there we go. So this has to come back this way a bit. But it needs to... No, it's too much, too much. Because I just have to adjust it to account for the way I've now rotated the hips differently. So this, because the tail looks like it's bending sideways and it's bothering me. Like you see where it's moving, it's sort of, if you draw a diagonal line over it, it's sort of slightly diagonal. Like it should be moving more to the side here. I don't know if can I just select all the bones in the tail and rotate the whole thing? That's all I want to do. Just rotate all of it. Oh no, because it's just because this end bone, it works. I can't really describe how it works, but you can't just rotate the entire tail basically. It's meant to like kind of bend the tail on its own using this end bone. But if you want to pivot the entire tail one direction like this, it'll start bending the tail the other way. So I just want to rotate it this way, but you see how it flattens the tail? So I guess I have to use these bones to compensate for that bend. There we, yeah, that's a bit more like, it's still a little too much movement though. So I might relax it a bit at these points. That's sort of, yeah, sort of like this. And it still looks good from the side. Although it is moving a little too much here. And then this needs to sort of relax a bit. Well, not this, but this. There we go. And then I gotta fix up her shoulders, because her shoulders are not right. I'll just hide the hair so I can see. Yeah, her shoulders are coming forward too much. They need to be more relaxed. And her tweak bones were asymmetrical. Make sure it's on the right frame. So yeah, I'm gonna just relax those shoulders a bit. There we go. And just to make sure her feet don't clip, I might just move them a little forward and back slightly. And the hands, they're bending back a little too far. There we go. Cosmic says the closer they come to completion, the more excited. That's awesome, man. My excitement fluctuates, personally, but it is trending upwards. Some high and lows. Red Tail says, I also just spam jump in any game because boing boing is fun. That is correct. Except, well, you haven't played a bad game then, because in a bad game, you don't even want to jump and boing boing and spam because it's just crap. Like it just doesn't feel, you know, like in my early prototype, like as an example, Gabi's. Does anyone remember Gabi's very first jump? It was so bad. It was awful. That's the kind of thing you don't want to spam jump in because it just looks terrible. So now, no longer shall we have this problem. And I feel like, yeah, I feel like her feet need to come back a bit now that because her ankles look uncomfortable. So they need to come back here. But not too far. They need to kind of balance with where the middle of her head is, I feel like, just for the weight. So she doesn't like tip backwards. And I can use, because I need to keep the legs stretched, but the knees do need to come forward, so I can use the tweak bones on the knees. And also, yeah, I don't know why these tweak bones are all asymmetrical. It's really bothering me. I guess it's because I've modified them in other animations, so it's not, because I haven't keyed them, it's just doing whatever they were left as. But these blue ones, I need to bring these forward a bit so that the legs, they don't go this way. They have to go forward. And same, I guess I'll have to, I think I have to move both of these. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta move these both. Except for some reason on one side of her leg. Oh, oh, no, I know why. There we go. So if I move those both forward. Why is that bone moving down? I don't know. That needs to come forward too with it. So now her leg it's going in this sort of arc shape. So it's like, because if they're too straight, it's going to look hyperextended. So we need to have a little sort of, so that way when you look at her profile from the side, it's sort of like a crescent, but not too much, but just a little bit. So maybe you can go even more. No, I don't want to overdo it. It's just, I'm just trying to make it so that the ankles don't look as uncomfortable, because yeah, just that bend looks. But if I move it too far back like this, I think that's, I don't know. I don't want to deviate too much from the pose, but maybe if you just move it back a little bit. But then to add some asymmetry, we'll move one of these in front, And we'll actually, yeah, what we'll do, we'll rotate these in like this, and we'll move this one like slightly back like this. There we go. Nice. Just to point more upwards, or well, I've noticed that with a lot of these, the body kind of stretches up, so you don't want the spine curving too much. We can try it. Like this, you mean? See, to me that looks like she's gonna fall backwards. But maybe, oh, I think there's a different way we can rotate this though. I kind of get what you mean. It's, I need to get the tweak layers out for this one. Firstly, the neck, we're gonna just adjust it a little bit. And then it's like this. Can I rotate? Oh, I can't rotate those. Oh no, I sort of can. But we can just sort of move bits. Yeah, like I could take her stomach here and just shift that forward without actually rotating, changing her center of mass too much. So I'm just bringing these bones forward to create this arc shape. The thing is though, is that I don't know how much of this is like correct, and I can't really, the reference I have here is not a good one for this. So I'm just doing intuitively the shape I feel like it should have. But I gotta keep in mind not to go too, like, yeah, this could have a bit of bend in it. And then maybe here we just bend it. Because the legs are getting stretched a lot. So we can make a few adjustments there. So that's what having 200 bones lets you do, which is pretty neat. I think I'm happy with this though. I think if I keep doing it too much, I'm gonna ruin it. So I'm going to export this as it is now. And so we'll just have one last look of how it looks at the moment. So that's how it was. Not lots of different, you see her yeah, I didn't notice it then, but her right shoulder is doing this. I didn't even notice. So that's probably looking a bit strange. So if we re-import, watch this magic. There we go, much better. And her tail is sitting more in the middle. It's a very slight change, but it just, you know, these things do matter. People do notice them. They can't say what it is, but they do notice. Oh yeah. Boing. I do need some kind of cool sound. Oh, actually, do I have it open? Just to take a quick break from the animation stuff. Because I was talking to my patrons, and I had this idea of, you know how in Lazy Town the sound effects are just wild? For those who don't know, I'm gonna see if I can patch in my audio, because the sound mixing in Lazy Town is so freaking cool. So if I just pause I'm just playing some music. If I pause that, I'll patch in my desktop audio so you guys can listen. And I'll stop the music. So you know how the sound, I don't know if anyone's actually like paid attention to the sound editing in Lazy Town, but it is insane. Like they have like 400 sound effects in like an episode, or more than that probably. Off you go. So I don't know if that's coming through. But even here, in the first 5 seconds, try and count the amount of sound effects there are. When he picks up the ball, they have a sound. You hear it? Another one when he turns around. When he finishes spinning, they play another one. In you go, and they play one when he puts the airplane in. Off you go. One there, one there, one there, and a few more there. And even when he's doing push-ups, they have like all these sound effects for it. And I love them, they're so cool. See, like when he turns his head, they play like a swoosh sound. I love it. It's so funny. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I could find sound effects like this and implement them in Gabi's animations? Like, because sound is a lot of the experience in a game. And for any medium, actually, even for film. So even here, when he points up his hand, they add in another sound effect. Yeah. Anyway, so I started looking into that because I was just very curious. I'm like, is there some kind of sound effects library of all of these swish sounds? And there is. I'm just trying to remember I think I typed in like Lazy Town sound effects. But I thought, because Gabi doesn't really have any sound effects. Part of the reason the gameplay also doesn't feel polished isn't just because her old model was kind of bad and all this other stuff. The mechanics I actually feel very lucky that people even want to play the game right now. Because by all if you compare it to anything out there, it's really not that great. Like it's very rough. And I mean, it is in development, so maybe I'm being a little too hard on myself here, but it is not like what the public is used to seeing. The public is usually not used to seeing something so early. But, why is it still playing audio? Oh, it's playing the Jak and Daxter gameplay that I had open. But yeah, so I found this of these sound effects. Because if I add in, and it actually like catalogs in what episodes these sound effects are used in the show. And it's like, this sound effect heard once in this episode. I think I know what sound effect this is too. You see this a lot. See, it's used in SpongeBob. And there's like a whole list here of used in, and it shows every single TV show the sound effect has ever been used in. The X-Files. So isn't that cool? There's a sound effect that's used in SpongeBob and in X-Files. We learned something cool. And in Sonic Sat AM, in Peppa Pig. So there's a sound effect in common between Peppa Pig and X-Files and Sonic whatever. Looney Tunes, Mega Man, LA Heat, whatever. I don't even know what half this is. So that's cool. But there was this one, I think it's called like Swish. There's a lot of different swish sounds. And some of them have examples. Some of you might have heard that one before. Yeah, this one. I want to use this one. And there's a few more, but Sporticus uses some of these as well, and they're all from this Hollywood Edge SM heavy metal door. Oh well, that's the specific sound, but it's from this. A lot of these are just from these sound libraries that a lot of production studios use. So I'm gonna try and find like a legit version and buy it, and just hunt through and find sound effects, because I feel like having, like, I don't know what it is, but it feels like the right call. But I feel like because I don't really have any sounds. Like if we open up the old build and actually analyze the sounds, it's very lacking. So I'll open it up so we can compare like Lazy Town's sound editing with mine. If we go to Feline, I just gotta find the folder. Feline UE4 saved staged builds Windows no editor Feline exe. And yeah, like the only ones I have are footstep sounds. That's all I have. But that's obviously not enough, right? I do actually have a plenty amount of footstep sounds. I bought this thing from Unreal Marketplace that has like every type of surface for like footstep sounds. So I'm sorted there. Yeah, let me up the volume. I'm gonna kill the music and up the volume. If you actually pay attention to the sounds, there isn't even there is a jump sound, but it's really underwhelming. There's no double jump sound. I think these are just stock sounds I got from somewhere, the jump sounds. It's not cartoony enough It's like realistic sounds. It doesn't match. That's why sound design's kind of important, because yes, you can just chuck in stock sounds, but sometimes it just doesn't fit, doesn't cohese very well. I do like the footsteps, but I don't like the landing, and I don't like the jumping sound. I don't like the slide either. And I think that's it. That's like all the sounds I have, really. So that's why it feels very lifeless. And you probably didn't even notice, but if I did add a bunch of sounds, I mean, think about this. If sound wasn't important, why would Lazy Town bother? Because you know how much work that is? If you were to open up one of their episodes in like Adobe or like Sony Vegas or whatever, if you were to open up one of their episode source files in Avid, I think they use Avid software, so it would be in like DaVinci Resolve or something. If you were to open that up, you would see all these cuts for sound effects and everything, and they have to make them in a week. Like, these episodes get shot in 1 week, and they have to have some dude on the payroll whose job is to just add sounds. And it's like, they wouldn't do that if it wasn't important. Like, there's probably, like, there's something there that's important to make them do that, because they could just not do it, but they did. And most kids watch, because it's a kid's show, and most kids don't even notice it probably, but they do, but they don't know how to say that they notice it. But if they took them out, they would notice a difference. So anyway, but this, oh man, I love the sound mixing in that show. Anyway, we'll get back to some animation. I'll get the music back on. So that's something I'll have to work on later. But I'm just thinking about it now of what kind of sounds I think should fit certain bits of these, because they're going to be added to the animation files probably. Like in Unreal, you can actually add in cues for sounds. So we'll have to do that at some point. So that way when she jumps, she has like an actual sound, because she doesn't have that at the moment. And it would be so cool to have like a cartoony anime. You know, there's probably an anime sound database somewhere that I could use. That would be even better. I need to look for one. But you know, some kind of thing where it's like, and then there's the particles. That's a whole other thing. I don't know how I'm gonna tackle that yet. But just a sound when she's doing that. The reason why I also think it's important, because there was something I heard once. This is in film, and that's that if you have like a movie that's shot on like an iPhone or like a Motorola or a Nokia, like a brick Nokia 2 megapixel camera, but it has like a professional lav mic audio, it's watchable. People will actually sit and watch it. But if you give them instead 4K red camera footage and PS2 iToy microphone, SingStar microphone audio, they will say it's unwatchable, even though the video quality is higher. So there's this saying, I think it's the saying that sound is 80% of the film. And I know this is a film thing, but I think the same thing applies to a game from a audio-visual experience. When you just look at the audio-visual experience of a game, sound is like 80%. So that's why, you know, music, sound effects, that's all really important. That's partly why mine still feels pre-alpha demo-y, because I don't have all of that there yet. But we'll take it a thing at a time. So let's save that. Let's look at my list here. I'm not really vibing. I don't really feel in the mood for the double jump now. That it's like, I know that what I have now isn't enough, but I don't know what to do with it. What do I have in my imagination that I could quickly start on next? I'll group some of these a little differently. I'll group those together. Sound catches the ears, indeed. See, it's weird, like, to me it's very counterintuitive, because I would naturally think that humans being visual, because most of our brain, that the part of the brain that the monkeys don't have, the part of the brain, the neocortex or whatever it is, a lot of it is dedicated to visual processing. So my natural thing would be to assume that people will notice if the video quality is bad and mind it a lot. But then I started thinking about it more and was like, wait, actually, no, it does make sense that it's the opposite way, because our visual system is so advanced, if the quality is lacking, we have our own like renderer in here and we can fill in the blanks ourselves. Like, you know, that's why analog TVs, like they were watchable. And that's why you compare like audio technology from before to now. Has it really made that big a leap? Because they probably got it really well. Because I don't know if you guys have ever listened to like, I remember I was my dad had found this like vintage like stereo system from the 70s, and we were listening to stuff on it, and it's 50 years old and it's used. Like, we found it at some charity shop, but it sounded amazing. Like, I put in we bought this thing to plug it into the amp and stuff to play CDs, and I put in I put in Fireflies in it, and it sounded so good even though the speakers were 50 years old. And that's because people, like, they kind of nailed audio. I think people knew that audio mattered early, so they really got it right there. But then visuals have only now recently just sort of taken this huge leap forward compared to 20 years ago. Like a TV 50 years ago, goodness, I don't even know what they would look like. But it was watchable enough back then. Even like the 1950s TVs, they looked awful, but it was probably watchable enough because the audio was tolerable, I would say. That's just a game theory. That's just a theory. But even if you go back and watch old YouTube videos from like, I don't know, from like people that had good mic equipment, you'll probably find the same thing, that like the audio is good. It's just the only reason it looks aged is just it's uploaded in 720p. It's probably what it is. Anyway. So what do I want to, I don't know what pose I want to work on next, because I have a few to choose from, and I've got time to maybe work on one more. But, sound confirms with the eyes no. That's a cool saying. Oh, thanks, Jager. Sorry, I haven't seen all your messages. Wait a minute. Is that's not the same dude as I think it is it? Is that Death Diamond under a different name? Go to channel. Is that him? It is Death Diamond. Hey! There we go. Because you use a different, your Discord nickname's different. I didn't see you in there. Ted says people usually complain when audio is too clean, so they add imperfection to the music. Really? I didn't know. That's cool. I didn't know they did that. I mean, but yeah, at the end of the day, Sporticus knew. So that's why they added all these sounds. You know, it's actually interesting because I've heard Magnus Sheving, who plays Sporticus, explain why he adds all those sounds. Because even before Sporticus, when he was doing his pro aerobics routines, he would add in the cartoon sounds for those too, and he would have like this sort of Eurodance music in the background. And the reason that he does that, when he was giving some talk, and I was watching through it, and he's like, I do that because kids love sounds. You know, when they play, they go all the time. So that's why I added in sounds to my show. So he knows. Kids know. Kids know. Magnus knows. Sporticus knows. It's true, folks. Alright. Anyway, I could geek out about audio for another hour, but we do need to resume our animations. Oh, I don't know what I feel like doing next. None of these are really jumping out at me as, like, usually when I see a list like this, there's one that'll stand out to me right away, and I'll go, yeah, that one. But none of these are really standing out. Actually, maybe one. Well, actually, let me think. What is the most important? Because I'm a bit tired of the jump. If I do any more on the jump, I'm going to get tired. So I want to stop looking at jumps and then work on something else that's still a high priority. So not these. So the ones we have is the ledge step up, which I don't really have programming. I can't really do this one yet because I haven't programmed. The actual game programming will not let me. I don't have a place to put that one. So I need to actually do something on Gabi's code. So we won't go there today either. I'll put that at the bottom of the list. There's this one where we're doing the stretching. I remember I got very flustered with that last time. That's, you know, just her idle poses. We could implement those pretty easy. And then we just have this grind below where she grabs a rail from below it and flips over it. Actually, I do want to look in game to see if this, because I want to figure out it's between these two, idle stretch or grind from below, like when she attaches to a rail from below. I want to just gauge how hard that one will be to implement. So in game, because here's what we'll need to do to get that one working. Because what we had the idea to have is, if she jumps near a rail and she attaches from below, because at the moment she plays an animation where she like acts like she's jumping on top of it, and now the animation's frozen. Yeah, so if I try and jump near it from below, she does that. But we thought, wouldn't it? Oh, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe that's good enough. No, it does look a bit strange. When I see it not in slow motion, it does look a little strange. If I could just jump high enough. So what I'm thinking is having something where she grabs it with her hand and swings her weight around to the top. But I don't know if we could... I don't know how that would work. Oh, actually, no. I do... Okay, I think I know how that would work. We would have to pivot her center of mass around the root of the character for that to work. Because her root is sitting on top of the rail. Oh, no. Well, yeah, basically it is. So that bottom where her feet are, she'll have to have her hand pivot around there and flip around. You know what? Because that one, I'm curious about it. So we'll get a very basic blocked version of that. It's not going to look good, but we just need to get a start on it. Because that one is coming up on the list. So we'll save. I haven't saved this yet, so I'll make sure to save. And I'll just minimize all these, this list here. Crash 4's grinding. I haven't seen Crash 4. I'll search that up. Maybe we'll have a good reference. What is this? Oh, we got a raider. Oh no, we have pirates. There are pirates in the Twitch chat right now. Whoa, what is this? Hold on. Sorry, I've just been in the zone. What just happened in Twitch chat right now? We have been raided by these scallywags. How many, wait, where did these people show up? 65? Okay, no pressure here. Welcome. I don't know, most of you probably haven't seen me before, but we're working on some anime style animations right now. I'll show you how it's looking in game. It's not finished yet, but we were working on the jump earlier. Like this. So we were just getting the posing correct on all this. So we're doing it in the anime style, so it looks a bit unconventional. We're going to do a lot of weird workarounds, but that's the style I want. If anyone's seen Dragon Ball FighterZ or Arc System Works' games, Guilty Gear, that's sort of what we're doing. So it's very strange. This entire journey has been strange, but at the end, when this character's finished, it's gonna look like an anime character. That's the idea anyway. So, let's keep going with the grind. Yeah, so I have an idea of what I want to do with this. Oh, thanks, Primer. Sorry, I've got a lot of new people's names I'm gonna have to remember now. How long were you guys sitting here? Sorry, because I stream regularly now, but I have a tough... I get really in the zone, and I kind of just focus on work a lot, which is, I guess, good. It means I get work done, but it means that sometimes people feel neglected. So how long have you guys been all sitting there, just watching me? Thanks... Oh, by the way, sorry, I missed this message. Thanks, Rathale788, for subscribing with Prime. Appreciate it. Sorry I didn't see a message earlier. Thanks so much. Not here long? Good. Okay, that's good news then. So let's, I don't know, let's just keep going. And if I cough, I've got a COVID cough still. I had COVID last week, so if I sound audibly sick, that's why. So, I've saved this file, I'm gonna set it back to the resting pose. I'll save it there, I'll make a new pose, because we're gonna start from complete We don't really have a... Oh, do we have a pose I can use already to base this on? I don't think so. We'll have to start anew. Oh no, there is one. There is one, but we'll start with just a blank T pose at the moment. And I know, because we know where the animation needs to end. So we'll call this grind attach. I think that's the right name. Okay, good. Top and below, or maybe bottom would be a better name. And then there is a grind animation in here already that has to be the end point. Oh, and actually, no, it might be right there. Grind attach top. So it has to... This keyframe. This has to be the end of the animation. So I'm going to turn all these on and copy this keyframe to this new animation. For the raiders, if you haven't seen my game, because this is for a game, Project Feline, and if it looks neat, if you like parkour, wall running, climbing, and anime, and speedrunning, type exclamation mark wishlist in chat and it'll show you my Steam page for it, so you can not forget about it if this looks cool. I know the animations are still a work in progress, so it isn't at its best right now, but we got a lot of gameplay, we got some missions, we got some... I'll show you some of the combat mechanics. So we've got some enemy guys, we've got parkour attacks, we've got collectibles, we've got wall running, and the wall running animation is still, it's gonna need some work. And we've got, it also ranks you on your time and stuff too. So if you're into this kind of thing, wishlist on Steam now, and keep it in there, because it'll, I don't know, look, it's gonna take a while to finish, of course, but it will be on Steam when it's done. So I should mention that. Anyway, so this has to be the end point of this animation. And grind attach bottom. So I've copied that keyframe. I then have to paste it here. And it'll probably take, I want to say 10 frames. That's my guess on how long this will be. So it's going to be a bit of a longer animation, but she has to flip around the whole rail. So we got to give us, actually maybe, I don't think 10 will be enough. I think maybe we might need 12. So I'll put this on frame 12. So it's gonna try to interpolate it, so we don't want that. So let's get rid of interpolating. Now, this is where it's gonna get a little tricky, but someone mentioned Crash 4. So I'll look at Crash 4, because someone mentioned that one of their animations is similar. Now, I haven't played Crash 4, so I have no idea what I'm looking at here. I'll down the quality to 720. Oh. Is this just, okay. Is this gonna have, oh, a real grind? Does that mean it has grinding in it? Or is that just a silly mission name? Please let it, yeah, because I was like, wait a minute, does Crash even have grind rails? Was it Crash 4? Let me try and find that message. Who said Crash 4? I remember seeing Crash 4. Crash 4's grinding. I didn't see any grinding there. Why are these all called a real grind? I don't want a real grind, I just want the actual grinding. Oh, here we go, but it's just rail grinding. Okay, let's go. Let's have a look. So I don't know. Again, I haven't seen this game, so I don't know if this is gonna have the clip I want. So what I'm looking for is, I don't know if this even has it, but what I'm trying to make is Gabi grabbing the rail from beneath the rail and swinging up above it. Does Crash even, I don't know if he does that. But this has supposedly got all the grind rail bits in it. So I'm just gonna see and skim through this. Oh wait, what was that? Okay, that's not quite what I'm after. It's kind of, but not quite. Gonna look at the transition when he gets back up. This is close, but not what I had in mind exactly. Oh, the video quality is so compressed, and it's so the colors are so orange that it like blends in. I can't actually physically see his pose. I think this is what you meant, probably, right? But it blurs because it has motion blur on, so I can't see it. Okay, this. I think I'll just use my imagination for this one. It's sort of, kind of, but not exactly. And for some reason, her hand is stuck here. Oh, hold on. Something's happened. Her arms are doing something strange. Let me fix that up. And let me turn off some of these other bones, like the FKs. We don't need those right now. So let's make sure that's all keyed. And then I can reset it here, and it should not break. There we go, okay. So we're gonna have to do something a bit, this is where, I guess we'll use the center of mass bone for this one. That's why I love this bone. I'll turn off the tail, because I don't want to worry about the tail yet. I just need the arms and legs. So what we're going to do is we're going to take her center of mass, and we're basically going to move it down here. Or actually, no, we can't do it like that. Actually, yeah, there might be a complication. Let me just pay attention again. I need to see her collision layer, because we can't have her start from below and go up, because then she'll teleport. So if she's attaching to the rail from beneath it, because her physical thing will move, like her actual controller moves, it goes upwards. So we need to keep her. Okay, because the beginning is going to be a bit tricky. Because if I move her entire body down, her body will look like it's teleporting. That's the only issue. I don't know, I'm trying to think of a way to describe it. I'm not explaining it very well. But what'll happen is, if you just pay attention to where her body is relative to her collision, if we start, look at where the bottom of her capsule is, and imagine her teleporting to that. Actually, you know, that actually might work. Actually, no. Maybe that will work. So I'll try it like that. I have some concerns it might not, but maybe it will. It might be so quick that it will work. So we'll give it a shot. So I need to have it so that she's sort of facing the side, I think. So we'll rotate this 90 degrees. So she's facing that way. And she's gonna take one, I think she'll just use her one hand. I don't, maybe both. Yeah, maybe, yeah, why not? We'll have her do both hands. So I'm not gonna worry about her fingers, so I'll turn those off. We just need to get blocking stage 1 for this. Is there, hold on a minute, because this pose is familiar. Didn't I make a pose like this already for something else? I did. Could I reuse the ledge grab pose for this? I think I can. Yeah, hold on. We might be able to take a big shortcut here. If I use the ledge grab pose I made earlier. So let me go get that out. Ledge grab idle, wherever that is. Yeah, this pose. It's in a different spot, and I think I could modify it. It's really close. Let me just turn off the FK and copy that, and we'll go to wherever that thing was. Ledge attach bottom. We'll paste it. So it's going to move the center of mass, but we can move that back to where it was. And then we can just move it down. The only trick is we have to move her everything else here. We have to move that. But yeah, that's similar, so that'll save us some time. And I can actually see some issues here. So I'll reset her hips to their default location, and we'll move her arms to compensate. Like so. And then where's that center of mass bone? Where'd you go? Ah, there it is. Because I want to keep it near the hips. And we'll have it just here. So she'll start like that, and she'll have to flick her legs to propel her body. And she'll have to arc. Her back will have to arc. Oh, hi, Moth. I'm not from the raid, but I've been following the project for years. Oh, thanks so much. Thanks for the encouragement. I appreciate it. Her bodies suddenly teleport to ground. Hold on. What does that say? Oh, yeah. So I mean, it might not be a problem, but because her capsule is up here, her collision, it might look like it teleports. But with the way it's timed, we might be good. It will technically do it, but it might actually work in our favor. But we'll see. I just need to adjust her posture a bit. And yeah, her, this is a bit too large. Something's happened to these tweak bones are too big. Reset the scale on those. I'm just gonna turn off the bones I don't need. So that's... It's trying to lerp it right now. I don't want it to do that. So let's turn that off. Actually, just to test it, maybe we'll try it with this combination of keyframes, just to see if having her teleport will work. This is not the way I want it to look, but just as a proof of concept, we'll try out that and see if it's gonna look rough, but we'll see if the teleporting, it'll let us know if the teleporting will be an issue. So we can actually test this already. So I'll make an export. This is, what did I call this? Grind attach bottom. Yeah, I think that's the right folder. So we'll try and import that in. It's gonna look bad, but I just need to see that specific thing if that's gonna be an issue. The rest of it we can fix later. So we want Gabi, where is it? Where did it go? Grind attach bottom, that's right. And I actually don't know if I have a program. I might have to code in a state for that because I don't think I've got it. Oh, it's tried to import it twice. Hold on. What's Unreal? Unreal, wake up. Unreal, wake up. Oh, okay, it was only doing it once. I thought I dragged it in twice and it was doubling up. I think this will be an animation montage. I'm trying to think in my head right now of a way to implement this, because I don't actually have a way for the character to know whether it's attaching from below or above yet. But I guess to test it, we can get the animation to play in a hacky way. So we'll do that for now. But I'm pretty sure I need to make an animation montage for this. Where did it go? Gabi grind attach bottom. There we go. So we'll create anim montage. And then this is a hacky way to do it, and I'll make sure to add a notify at the end just for good measure. Oh, where's the source animation? Yeah, just at the end. So if I go to her blueprint now, and it's hacky, but it will demonstrate what I need for our purposes right now. If we go to her grinding system, which is in here somewhere, I thought it was. Oh, it's a different component, that's right. I compartmentalized it a while back. Here we go, so grind attach above. We just need to change this to the below. And it'll always play it, even when you're grinding from above, but we just need to see it how it looks for the moment. So that's how it looks currently. It's gonna look like she's shifting through the rail. But I just need you actually can't even really notice it. So maybe it will work. Yeah, hold on. If you watch it in slow motion. Oh, I just can't jump high enough to reach it. Yeah, so this actually, the thing I'm thinking will work. So we don't have to worry about any weird teleporting. Because if you actually look, yeah, you see how she hangs lower? Because if we actually turn her collision on, turn off all the bloom for a minute. So I don't know if you can see her capsule. If you watch closely her capsule, you can see that it's, oh, hold on. I missed it. I overshot my jump. If you watch her capsule, you see how her body sort of lags behind it? So, what I'm thinking will work. But we need to have a cool pose happen. So we'll get rid of all the interpolating. And then we'll have some in between at frame 6 of her like flipping around. So we'll, oh, I just noticed actually. I just noticed that the center of, we need to have the center of mass bone in the middle of the world here. That's where the center of mass bone has to be. So we have to move her body, because we're going to rotate it around that bone. That's why this bone's so cool, is that we can use it to rotate her entire mass around it. So I'll move her body down. And then what we do, oh, why did that? Oh, I had auto key turned off, my bad. Let's do that one more time. So if we do this, oh, come on. Yeah. So then we just take this dude, go to frame 6. Well, actually, for this one, because it has to do like a 180. So it'll start at -360. And then for this, we'll add the interpolation back here. Oh, okay, that doesn't, it's, okay, well, not -360, 360. That's the sort of motion I'm thinking. So it's, Oh, oh, interesting. It like flips sideways. So I'm gonna have to make sure on here, because the center of mass bone hasn't been rotated here. So I'm gonna make sure it still reads -90 and rotate this back normal. Oh, can I do that? Oh, I can. Okay, I think that's... All right, so what should happen now? Yeah, like this. It's a bit awkward, but that's the general motion I want. So swinging around like this. But it just occurred to me that this will have to... I'll have to move this lower too for this to actually work. So this has to stay in the same spot. And then I have to move her. So I might have to adjust the other grind animations to compensate for this change. I might be able to get it looking close enough, but the idea is it does sort of this. Oh, actually, no, the bone should move, actually, yeah. Because it can't just do this. This doesn't make sense. So I'll move it back. The bone does need to end up there at the end. Because she lets go. It has to stay in the same spot up until like here, frame 6. So I'll move this back down so it goes like that, and then it sort of moves up. So it looks like she's sort of tucking herself. She needs to start tucking herself in around here. So it's gonna look really weird if I speed it up like this. What I should do though, I'll re-export this and test. I know it's very rough still, but if I re-export and test this in Engine, I just need to see if this general idea, now that I have the spin in, if the center of mass change is gonna have an issue. Because I'll be able to tell now. And I should probably also use this as an opportunity to see if this is too short of an animation. So I'll re-import it and it'll give me the flip now. Made Mad Dev says, whenever you get a chance, could you explain exactly what the center of balance bone is and how it works? Well, it's basically just, it works like how your real center of gravity works, I guess. Oh, hold on. It's doing this blending. Gotta get rid of that. But it's essentially the way I've done it. This is how the Arxis devs do it. They have a bone like this as well. I basically just made everything in her rig a child of the center of mass bone, which is just this one. It's literally just an empty bone that has this shape on it, and it's not weighted to anything. But all I do is that I have it all parented to this so I can use it to pivot the character around. That's basically it. So for instance, if I have her doing somersaults, which I do have. So this somersault, I've just posed her body around this bone and I just rotate the bone. Instead of having to take all of her components and rotate them, because that's annoying. Because before, in her old model, I don't know if you've seen that one, but the old version of this model didn't have that bone. So when I would have her do somersaults, she would teleport up and down all weirdly. So instead, I just have it pivoting around her axis, which makes it easier. So I have a lot of flips, which is why this is kind of important of a bone. So I've got this as well. And this one was a really tricky one for the center of mass bone, because I have to kind of move her body so that it stays near the shoulders when she does this flip. So that was a bit tricky. But yeah, it's tricky, but it's easier with that bone than without it. So I hope that kind of, I don't know. I didn't think to do it in my first few characters, but I guess once I did it, it's like kind of it's pretty simple to set up, but it just makes all these flips and stuff a lot easier. So anyway, there's the blending. It's gonna add this blending on the anime montage. I have to get rid of it because we can't have no blending. It's gonna ruin the look. So let's see that now. Because it's gonna try and cut the animation off, and it shouldn't do that anymore. Oh, Gabi froze again. Okay, so it's a bit too fast. So that's good to know. This is way too fast. We have to slow it down a bit. But the concept does work. I know it looks a bit off still, but once I adjust and everything, I'm just trying to get the general layout, the general concept. So her posture is a little too straight. But the general movement of it, we can do it. It's just it's too fast. So I have to slow it down and ease it a bit. And I need to lengthen. It has to last a bit longer. And I'm trying to think what her legs should be. Her legs need to bend. They can't be, having them straight looks too weird. So I'll slow motion it, just so I can see I'll turn the collision on too, so we can see what's going on. Yeah, so the timing is all wrong. So we'll lengthen this to 24 frames. That feels like a good number. Yeah, you see how this is it eases a bit more? So we've doubled the length. That's sort of how long I want it. So if I move that even more to get into the middle there. No, so the beginning of the swing, it should be really quick and then slow down. That's what should happen. Like this. But that looks a little too floaty, so we'll bring this to frame 8. That's a bit nicer. And then out here, she's gonna have to tuck her body in, obviously. So what I'll do, I'll modify the poses a little just so that it looks not terrible. And her legs have to follow through. Like she really has to be in this crescent shape. That's what I'm feeling like should happen. And her arms should rotate. Their arms should, even here, they're rotated wrong. The elbows have to face this way. There we go. So I'm gonna try and make it, already you might be able to see it, just having that bend. Actually, you know what would be a great reference? Because this is a gymnastics move. I just realized, I accidentally made a gymnastics move. Like, I think it's called, it's on the pole. I don't know the name of it. But I've seen it. Let me search it. Because I think they do a similar kind of posture to this, but it's not quite the same. Yeah, bar spinning. Thanks, Cosmic. That's it. Oh, yeah. Made Mage. That's an interesting name. Yeah, it's way better than using the root bone. I try not to touch the root bone because I don't know, because it's at the bottom, not in the middle. The root bone is kind of handy if you want to move the character as a whole, but the center of gravity is more if you want to pivot around a point, but not have the character move, like the base of it. So, and the root I have at the bottom, so using that as a pivot for rotation is really difficult. But having something that's more in the middle, like near her, I think I have it just below her navel. That's where the center of mass bone is rest. That's the rest pose for it. So it makes it easier to work with. But you wouldn't put the root bone there, that's for sure. You'd have it at the feet, obviously. So so what was it I was looking up? Gymnastics, something. Just make that the continuous grind animation. Just have her spinning. Yeah, that'd be funny. Oh, what was the name of it? Someone just wrote it. Someone just told me what it was and I can't see the message. I've lost it. Oh, that's right. Bar spinning. Actually, does Simone Biles do bar spinning? Because we've been using her a lot as reference. Does she have a bar spinning routine? Yes, she does. Aha, brilliant. We've been using her as reference for all of the other animations, and she's pretty good. She's pretty alright. So let's try and see if there's any frame of this that we can borrow. Whoa. I mean, I also just have to like marvel at how cool this is. So her legs are coming forward. Okay, that makes sense. She's swinging her legs forward. And then okay, but she does like a different move here. I'm curious if there's one where she goes over the top, but not with the spin. This is freaking cool though, but this is too cool. I don't need it to look this good. Oh my god. I cannot help myself at how freaking awesome this is. Every time I look at this gymnast, it's just like, yeah, like that's freaking so cool. That is so cool. Look at that. We need to have a move. Not for this, but we need a move like this. We need a move like that. Actually, you know what? Because I don't know if anyone remembers, but a few weeks ago we were talking about how we need a falling for when she doesn't jump off something, but when she just falls off a ledge. I don't have an animation for that yet. We won't do this now, but what it should be... So now when Gabi's running around, and instead of jumping off a ledge, she just falls off. I thought it'd be cool to have some animation transition to make it look like she didn't just fall off. That she leapt off on purpose. And I thought it'd be cool to have some kind of flip. But what would be really cool is, imagine every time you fall off a ledge, she just starts doing this. That'd be so cool. That'd be awesome. So that's a really, because her legs are, I don't see her legs bent a lot when she does some of these moves, so this is an interesting one. That's like a lot of twist. I guess it's to conserve gravity. So cool. Oh, is that it? No, that's the end. Okay. I want to see if there's this one maybe, because I need one where she's sort of going over and not doing a spin at the same time. She's too skilled. We need something that's just a bit more basic. Maybe we can use that. Maybe her start pose should look like this. Maybe not. Because I'm just trying to think. Yeah, no, Gabi would have need to have let go by now. But look, it's so freaking awesome. This is so cool. That one she did just... That one she did just here. I can do this, and if I just move her above the rail, I think I could use this as a starting off point. But it might not look right if I try and do it, because it's probably, the posture she has is probably what's propelling her forward, so that I might not be able to get away with doing that. That's so cool. Oh, it's the same move. Wait, was this from the same event? No, she's got a different costume on. It's just so crazy though, because that's the exact same routine, and this is like a different day, and she does it the exact same. Like, it's really impressive. I'm just trying to think now, because now that I'm looking at it, it's like, I think I need to change some things about what I'm doing. Because now that I'm seeing it, I'm just trying to study this. Is there one where it's not as extravagant? This is another one. Let's look at this. Okay, this one's a little different. Oh, no, she does that same move. Okay, that was freaking cool, though. I didn't see that coming, but that was so cool. Look at that. Damn. Okay. I'm just trying to find anything I can borrow. Anything that's similar. But the thing is that this is like two... She's moving like between two bars, so we can't quite exactly mimic this. If we could try, but it'll look a bit strange. Oh, there we go. That's the movement I wanted. Yes, this is what I want. It's this movement. So I'm just looking at the way her legs are pointed. So I was doing it completely wrong. Mine was completely wrong. And then she straightens. So that's interesting. Her legs are kind of, when they get to here, the legs are kind of staying the same direction, but her spine straightens. So in Gabi's version, up till here, it'll be similar, but then what I'll do to Gabi is when she gets to about here, I'll have her tuck in and she'll like land back on the rail. That's what I'm thinking to do. So let me look at how she exits, because maybe there's something I can borrow here. Of how she leaves. Because she essentially has to like jump and propel herself up and then land. So yeah, I can use this. We'll do this. It's very blurry, but I can work with that. Catwoman on PS2 has that move. Cool. I'll look at that a bit later, because every time we try to look at game reference, it usually takes me ages to find the specific second of it, because they'll have like a 5-hour video of the game, and I have to scrub through it to find the... Yeah, so Gabi's posture is completely wrong. I can see it now. Thanks for whoever suggested that. The gymnastic, what was it called? Bar spinning, that's right. So I'll do, so I'm just looking at how, so her legs start going up. Like this. And her body is lower. Her back is not... It's there. I gotta rotate this a bit. Something about the arms. There's something about her arms and Gabi's arms that are different. I think I might have to move her closer to the bars. Or lower and closer, like this. So there's just something that looks a little awkward about the arms. Okay, I think that's something. I think it might be the shoulders. I'll have to adjust. Yeah, I think it's the shoulders. They have to come forward like this. That's right. There we go. And those tweak bones. They're in the wrong. They need to start pulling their weight here. It's compressing the shoulder. There we go. That's better. Okay, I'm liking this more. But I think her arms are spread out more from the looks of it. Let me go back a few frames. Yeah, her arms are spread out more. That's why it looks different. So I'll have to do that. Sorry, Gabi. I'll have to spread your arms out a bit. So I'll have to also copy this width to the other one, to here. That's, yeah. I don't know how close the feet should be. I think they should be pretty close, I'd imagine. Kind of like this. Yeah, that looks good. So yeah, now she actually looks like her legs are propelling her movement. I know it's still a bit stiff, but it looks like she's thrusting, like there's actual force pulling her up like this. And that's cool. I don't know why her foot's doing this though. Okay, there we go. We just need to come up with a creative way to conclude the animation differently. I think I have an idea though on what to do. So here, because I'm just looking at, because she tucks into this flip, so it's not going to be the exact same. But I can try and come up, I need to come up with something. What's this? Did I get the news about Akira Toriyama? I don't know, is that some kind of anime? I'm not familiar with that. Tomb Raider Legend and Anniversary have a bunch of bar spins? Cool. I think I did recently start playing the first Tomb Raider, just as like a guide of like how early 3D games looked, and it's, my goodness, it's actually kind of fun. It's very jank, but it actually works pretty well. So here, I'll start, I think her torso needs to like compress, and her knees need to like start folding in. Because she has to basically tuck her legs. The legs, yeah, so I think I've seen enough gymnastics to know how this should go. What needs to happen here is that her knees need to sort of do this motion, where they have to, they collapse and fall, so that, and then that brings the rest of her hips down to the resting spot. That's what's supposed to happen next. So the hips need to bend more, and the legs need to start like collapsing down. And they have to look like they're going more sideways, I think. And then by here, they really... this is going to be kind of tricky. I don't know how this will go exactly. But the knees need to really, like, start... Because she has to end up here somehow. So maybe by this point, we might need to move that center of mass bone off to the side. It does look a bit strange, though. No, that doesn't... I don't like how that looks. We do need to move her hips. Oh, wait, what did I... Is that on the right frame? Oh, no, I've got some things on the wrong frame here. So yeah, okay, that's correct now. So this... I think her hips have to start... She has to start pulling herself, like, down. Or like this. Or maybe the other way. Maybe like this. Yeah, so she can't go more vertical. Her spine has to start twisting over to this way. Kind of like this. I don't know if this is too early though to do that. Oh, actually that kind of looks okay. But then yeah, she's overshooting here. So gotta take all of this and start moving it over this way. Okay, that's still not amazing. But it's getting there. Yeah, no, okay, her torso rotates up too much there. So I'll undo that. Yeah. Can I do this? Okay, I'll delete that keyframe. Because the torso can't then rotate back down, because that'll look unnatural. So maybe here I shouldn't rotate it as much. But by here, she has to have already like moved towards the middle by here. That's a tough, actually this is kind of tough. It's like by frame 17. Oh, I see. Because it keeps rotating. I'm just looking at this yellow center of mass bone, because the thing that's irritating me is that it's like over-correcting. Like the rotation should finish here, but then it keeps rotating more. But that, I know it has to end here. So it means that the rest of her body is sort of rotating too fast. I'm just paying attention to the... She should be rotated down here, not across. That's why. So, yeah. It's just, yes, it's tough, because I'm trying to... I can't copy the reference exactly to get this move. But here, she still has to be, like, rotated this way. So that when the rotation finishes... And even there, it's still a bit too much. Like, it needs to really... So that the torso is roughly gonna line up to where it ends up. But that... Oh, actually, that kind of... It kind of works. But, yeah, we don't want her over here. That's the thing. We want her, like, there. So I think at frame 10... Wait a minute. Where's her... Oh, there it is. So at frame 11... Frame 10, I guess. Just gotta think about where she's supposed to be. Because she starts then... Because this is where it gets tricky. Because she starts to then rotate around the other side. So she has to not go on the other side of the rail. She, like over here, her hips can't go this far back. Or it's gonna... Like, we have to keep them... Like, when she's doing this, she has to, like, make an effort to counter... To counter that. So like here, it should be, oh, not like that. Like she can't, the hips have to stay on that blue line. They can't go past the blue line. So that's gonna be really tricky. It looks very glitchy right now. But you can kind of see, I know the interpolation's screwed up, but you can kind of see what I'm trying to get. It's almost sort of doing it. When you look at it from this camera angle, it actually looks okay. Just ignore the glitchiness. But the general timing and the form of it, she's just overshooting. We can't have her overshoot too hard. Like, the hips have to basically stop at that blue line. So maybe she needs to let go earlier of this thing. So let me get this bone, because it stays in the same spot here. So maybe I want to clear the rotation from this bone and the scale. Oh no, I didn't mean to do it like that. I just want this keyframe to not have a rotation value. It's just the position. And it looks like it's actually modified it a little. If I bring that back... Or maybe I do want it there. Yeah, no, I think I do. I think I want to keep those there. Because it rotates really quick here. But by this frame... I think it's the movement, the location. I'll get rid of the location keyframes and bring... Oh, no, not like that. And bring these over. Can I just select one? I just want to select one of these. Okay. So, she has to already be letting go. Yeah, I think that's better. Because if she stays too, because if she hangs on for too long, because you want to hang on when you want to keep going. You want to let go at a certain amount of time before you want to stop spinning. And I think she was letting go too late. So if you let go earlier, that spin should kind of start to taper off earlier, which is what we want. That'll stop her from going over the blue line. It's just going to look awkward with how it's interpolating here. If I take this and move it here. Oh, that might work. I need to see this in game just to kind of see if I'm on the right track. I want to see it in context. Luckily, we can just quickly export it and re-import it just like that. We did change the length of it, I think, didn't we? So I'll have to remake the anim montage to be 24 frames long instead of 12. Yeah, I don't want it like that. So let me remake that. Yeah, we'll get to the in-betweens in a bit. I'm just trying to get the keys. Akira Tori... Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Toriyama is the dude who made Dragon Ball. Oh, right. Did he die or something? Oh, okay, he did. Well, that's sad news. I haven't watched Dragon Ball, though. I know everyone is always, like, shocked. But no, I actually haven't seen... I've only played, like, one of the games. I probably should watch it at some point, though. Everyone says it's really good. Maybe when I'm done with the game, I'll have time to... Because it's a big show, isn't it? It's got a lot of arcs or something. It seems like the kind of show that had a lot of arcs. So where's the... Okay, I want to re-import this. Re-import. So it should be a bit longer now. And then we'll make create anim montage. And then we need to add that back to Gabi's blueprint. Where is her thingy? Spline traverse, no, yes, it is spline traversal. Traversal start. Gymnasts turn their legs to increase their angular speed, so they can perform the next move. Yeah, so, I'll have to think about that over in the context of this animation. Well, not always. I find that not always, because for that spin flip, this was from a gymnast, this reference, and the legs stay pretty straight and they rotate pretty fast. But I think the general idea, I think I get what you're saying. Okay, this is like, it's getting there. It's still kind of bad, but it's getting there. The end feels too slow. The end, I think I see the issue. The end, it's easing too much. It needs to like slam into the rail. It needs to swing up. It needs to go fast, slow. It needs to ease in and out. That's what's happening. It has to go fast, slow, and then fast. But it's going fast and slow, and it's not speeding back up. See here? So it's really quick, and then it slows down, and then it needs to go like that. It needs to be really fast at the end. And I also need to get rid of that ugly animation blending. It's added that back. Let's get rid of it. I'm gonna be fed up with anime by the time Project Feline's done. You know what? You might just be right, Pixstatic. I might not ever watch an anime. Well, that'd be kind of ironic, wouldn't it? Is that before making the game, I hadn't watched any. I just liked the style. And then by the time I was done, I just had enough. I never actually got to watch anything. Yeah. That'd be just poetic. He was so tired of it by the end that he never became an anime fan. Yeah, I can kind of see that happening. Okay, so that's without the blending, it's a bit easier to... Yeah, that end is too slow. But the beginning is okay. I think. I can see now, yeah, the apex of her, when she's fully vertical, it looks, the poses, she needs to start straightening her legs, I think. Or, I don't know. Yeah, she has to, yeah, because in the reference, the legs start to straighten about here. But I don't think I actually have a keyframe for that on the body. What is keyframe 8? Oh. Why is there a keyframe on keyframe 8? Oh, okay, there's something there. So I have to adjust her legs to that they have to start bending up. Because what it should look like, and this will be a bit tricky to do with the in-betweens, but the legs will, yeah, this won't look good until we do the in-betweens, but just for the blocking. Oh yeah, it's gonna be hard to notice. Let me put that earlier. That needs to start happening earlier. Frame 6, I think. No, I think we'll do frame 8. I think the legs they drastically bend too much here. They need to bend a bit less here. And then by here they have to be like this. And this is too slow. So maybe 18 frames. Yeah, 18 frames feels better. That actually feels a lot better. Even though it's just blocking. Let's try that out and see if the timing, because the timing is so important. So I have to actually resize the animation again, 18 frames. 24 was too long. So we'll remake that animation again, the montage, because I don't know, maybe there is a way to resize montages, but I haven't figured it out. I don't know how to do it, so I just remake them. Because no matter where I look, I cannot find a single way to control the duration. Yeah, I don't see a setting for it, so we'll just remake it. See, I don't like blending animation montages? Nuh-uh. No, it ruins... I'll show you why in a moment, because it completely ruins the vibe. It kills the vibe, even. I'll show you why in just a sec. I just gotta re-import this, create the montage, and I'll show you it on the old model. Of why blending is... Well, I don't hate blending, I just don't like it for this. For this specific game, if it was anything else, I wouldn't care. It's actually pretty good, but for this style, you can't have it. Ruins it. So let me just find spline traversal, anim grind jump. There we go. Add that back. So that, I'm pretty settled on the 18 frames long. I'm settled on that, I think. Oh, that's much better. That flows a bit better. It's still a little awkward. I think the end still needs... It's not that it needs to be shorter, it just needs more acceleration. It needs more velocity. So it's gonna look awkward doing it from above. It's not where I was supposed to do it. It's supposed to happen from below. And it looks like there's too much going on in the end. Like the amount it rotates, we need to cut some stuff out there. It looks too detailed. Oh, the blending's there. That's what's making it look all weird. See, okay, actually, I'll show you right now. I'll show you right now why blending, I hate it. I'll show you why. You could probably see it when I was doing it in slow motion. You see how... Because the whole point of this style is that the character is meant to be animated at a fixed... It's not technically fixed, but we'll say fixed for our purposes. It's actually a little more complicated than that, but that's all you need to know. It's a non-standard frame rate. That's why it looks like an anime character. Because if you look at anime and you look at Genshin Impact or whatever, I'm sick of tired of people saying Genshin Impact is an anime game. It's anime inspired, but it isn't really faithfully doing the style. It's a 3D trying to imitate anime. But some games try a lot harder than others. And I'm trying particularly hard, because I want this to look so convincing that you think it's a sprite. And people have said that. So by the time this is done, I'm hoping everyone will say that. They'll look at it on like Twitter scrolling through and they'll think, oh, is that a sprite character in a 3D game? Because that's interesting. And it's like, that's gonna draw eyes. People are gonna go, wait, is that? And then they'll have to look at it again and go, no, that can't be a sprite. That has to be a model. But they won't know what's going on. That's the magic, right? So I want that magical kind of experience when people see this the first time. And that gets ruined when you do stuff like this. So part of this isn't all of what's going on, but part of what's going on is the frame rate is fixed. It isn't doing 60 FPS animation because anime doesn't look like that. You go watch Dragon Ball. Actually, you know, have any of you guys seen when people do their 60 FPS edits of like animation and it looks complete ass? Have you guys seen that? That's what happens when you have smooth 60 FPS animations on anime. It just looks garbage. It's when people do the AI smoothed filter over it. It looks terrible. So we're not going to do that. This is what blending will do. So if we slow this animation down, it's going to blend between the fall animation or the jump and then this grind. And you see how some of the character is iterating at fixed points, which is meant to do, but then part of the character is smoothing at 60 frames. Like part of the limbs, like I'm trying to, I don't know, I haven't looked at this long enough to know which limb you should look at, but you can see it. You can see it for like the first 0.2 parts. You see her head, pay attention to her head and how it rotates right here. It like half interpolates, and then then at the end it starts, and then it blends, and then her arm, you see her arm right there? It just smoothed back up. It ruins the illusion completely, and it's obviously a 3D model when you see that happening. So the way you kill that is you just get rid of the blending. You just turn that 0, 0. Bye-bye blending. And then you don't have that anymore. It doesn't try to do any blending between it, because that's the computer trying to interpolate between two animations, and it's trying to help, okay? It's trying to help, and usually it is what you want, except when you're doing this. So now, if I play this again, you see how there's none of this weird robotic movement anymore? It looks snappier, but it's meant to look snappier. So I know if you do this normally on a Nathan Drake character, it's going to look snappy and bad. But on Gabi, snappy is exactly how it's supposed to look. So it works. So you see here, it looks a lot better. The timing and everything, there's still other reasons it looks kind of off, and this is still a work in progress. I don't like the end of this animation. I don't like it. I don't know what it is I don't like about it. I feel like the animation should speed up more by the end. Like that spinning should accelerate, and it isn't. I think that's what it is. I think I might know a way to fix that though. We'll have to use curves for... I haven't used curves for all of this, but for the center of mass bone we might have to. Anyway, yeah. Let's save that. What's the time? Okay, I got 20 more minutes. I'll see if I can fix the acceleration, because it's linear, that's why it's doing this. So if I turn on interpolation linear on the center of mass bone, I don't know why. Okay, we'll get rid of that keyframe. Get rid of this keyframe. Actually, you know what? Maybe this could move up already. No, I don't know. Don't know about that. Okay, so here's what I want, because this is going to rely on the center of gravity. So I'm animating the center of mass bone a little differently than the rest of the body, and that's because with the rest of the body, I'm like hand posing it. But the center of gravity, because it's rotation, I want to rely on curves and then cut out the in-betweens myself. But the in-betweens the computer gives me, I can use. And it's better that I use them for this bone. For the other bones, maybe not so much. It's a bit of a different story there. But what I need to do is I need to have this accelerate. So it needs to have a Bezier curve. And I haven't used the curve editor in a bit, so I might be a bit rusty here, but the idea, and also, now that I'm looking at this, can I, because I just want to get rid of some of these, because it's just so it doesn't mess up. We'll get rid of the scale, we don't need that. So we're gonna use curves to control the acceleration of the center of mass bone, because all the entire animation relies on this bone. It's the core movement is happening on this. So if I go to, I think it's like a different, so it's like a view graph. Well, firstly, let's change this to interpolation type Bezier, and it'll start to ease in and out, which is not, I want it at the beginning, but at the end I want to have it slam shut. So if I go to graph editor it should give me a readout of the coordinates on a graph, and it's going to look very wonky. So this red, I think this red line, I think that's the rotation. That's the X rotation. So you see how it tapers at the end? We don't want that. We want it to go down like this. And I just gotta find, can I like isolate it just to one axis? Yes, I can. So if I turn all this off and just do X rotation only. Oh, where did that go? Where did it go? Oh, that's X location. I want X rotation. There we go. So there it is. So that's the graph. That's why it's starting to slow down at the end. If I take this and do this to it, like, I think that's what I think it should be like. I don't know if there's a more precise way to edit it, but now, you see how fast it is at the end? It like really finishes up. So we might loosen that a little bit. It's a bit too fast. But you see how it speeds up and then it stops? That's kind of what I'm feeling like it should have. Because I think if it eases, I don't know, I just don't think it's good. It needs to, like that. I think that's what it needs. So it's like it's a pull. That's sort of, yeah, that's sort of how it's feeling. Although, about here, it should slow down a little. So I'm wondering how I can slow it down just here and then have it speed up again here. So maybe if I add a key, at frame, how many frames long is this? 20. Frame 10. Is it 20 frames? Oh, it's 18 frames. So half of 18 is 9. So if at frame 9, if I just sort of flatten this a little, maybe it'll sort of start to slow. Okay, it does, but way too much. And it's also added another key somewhere else where I don't want it. I just want to add a key on the X. I just want to see if I can kind of, because it's fast, slow, and then fast. That's what I want. So I'll change the easing type to automatic, or ease. Oh, we do have ease in and ease out. So I want this to kind of ease out, I think. I'll see how this goes. Okay, no, I can't have it rotate like that because it'll rotate it the other way. I just want to kind of ease it there. That's all I want to do. It seems like when I type in ease in though and ease out, it doesn't seem to change this bone. It doesn't seem to do anything. So we'll change it to, I know there's a way to flatten this. I know there's a button you can click to go flatten, but maybe I'm thinking of Maya. Maybe Blender doesn't have that. So I want it to kind of go like this, where it goes and then like that. That's kind of more like it, I think. Or is it? Oh no, it's a little too slow. It's a little too slow. I'll change this to free so I can adjust these individually. Yeah, you know, I think I'll just leave it. I don't think I like how that was looking. Let's see how this looks in engine. Oh yeah, I gotta take out, cause, okay. So I'll cut out the, we'll make it stepped in just a moment, but I just want to compare it to what I was seeing here. So yeah, the thing I'm trying to fix, it's this thing that happens in the last few frames where it just seems to last too long. It's like overstaying its welcome a bit at the end. Because I really wanted to collapse into the rail. Like really twist into it. but she's going a little too slow. So that's what we're trying to address. I think this is already, I can see this already being better. But to make this kind of work with the stepped animation, what we then have to do, I can close this graph editor now, go to the action editor again. We'll save it. And on this, on the center of mass bone, this is what I then do. Now, I might make a copy of this just so I don't ruin the curve work, because we're going to use the curve work, but we're going to then cut it out, and it's going to be a destructive edit. So I'll make a copy of this, just to keep it safe. And what we're going to do on this bone is then key sample, and that's just going to add a keyframe on each frame, and then we get rid of the interpolation, and then we cut out every other one. So on twos, just like the anime studios do it. So this is going to give us that stepped look. So it's actually, it's going to follow the curves the same way, but if we actually open this up now in the graph editor, it's going to look stepped, like a staircase. You see that? So you see how it's still kind of following that trend of, it's going like that direction, like that. It's still doing it because it gets really steep at this end bit, but it's now stepped. That's what you want. Well, that's what I want. Most people don't want this, but I want it. But that's destructive. If I try to undo that and bring back, I have to redo the curves. So that's why I've made a copy of it. So I can, if I want to change how the curve, because for me, it's just easier to do the curves without the step and then add the step in later. But that's just for bones like this, where that matters. So I'm going to re-export and see if I like what I see with that change. So I remember it looked kind of a little too slow at the end before. Let's see it now. So we've changed the acceleration of her center of mass. Oh wait, where are the grind rails at? Oh, they're over here. Ah, I like that. You see how instead of her awkwardly sitting there at the end and spinning in place, there's now it like accelerates, it goes slow, fast, and then, yeah, that's what I want. It's still not it's not fully there yet, but the general form I'm liking better. So it starts slow and then speeds up. And it's so fast by the end, and that's what I want. You have that sense of weight of her like accelerating. Although I think maybe we could even go a bit faster on the initial, because we have slowed through that curve, because it used to be a linear curve and now it's a Bezier curve. So the beginning is actually a little slower now, the beginning. So I might want to speed that up a little bit, just so it looks like she's inheriting some velocity. Because it is a little, the ease is too soft. Like it's starting from it's starting from too little velocity. But it should speed up by the end, I think. I think that's what I want. Thanks, Cybershell. Yeah, I'm glad you think so. Oh, hey, sorry, I didn't see a message there. D-anonym. In the AC or POP series, I don't know either of those. I don't know what any of those stand for. Gabi does need a just before landing pose. I think there is one. Oh, no. Oh, you mean not a land, but a just before land? Well, she technically, she doesn't have one, but she kind of does. But I think I know what you mean. I don't know if I can actually do that, because you need to time travel to know when she's about to land. The character physically doesn't know when it's about to land. It knows when it's landed, but it doesn't know like that I'm gonna land in 1 second. It doesn't know. So I don't know if I could do that. But the way it transitions to the fall animation though, that might serve us as a just before land. You don't want to make the land too long though. Oh, that felt really cool actually. Watching her do that without me paying attention to it. If I get a lot of, it looks even cooler if I get speed on this one. Yeah, look at that. It looks better when I'm going faster. It doesn't look quite good. It doesn't look as good when I'm going slow on the rails. That felt cool. Yeah. So yeah, I want to speed it up on the beginning. It's a little too slow. So it's this beginning few frames. She's swinging. It's too slow. Here. So somehow... That doesn't seem... I think I just have to tilt it downwards a bit. Or maybe like this. Oh! That's an interesting change. Because if I do it like this, she'll accelerate really quick at the beginning. Like this. But that's too fast. But it does create that ease in the middle that I was trying to get. So maybe if I can't go too far with it, but if I go just a little bit. Like this. Now it looks a little awkward. Looks a little awkward. Maybe if I just keep it like this. It has to have some acceleration. Yeah, so I'll make it like linear. Can I do that? Linear. Oh, no, not like that. But it has to kind of match it. And then maybe here, we soften that a bit. Maybe not that much. But it should lower itself a little. But we just make it a little more linear and less that and more straighter, but not perfectly straight. Because yeah, if we have it go up, it's really slow at the beginning. But if we have it go down, it's too fast at the beginning. Like it teleports almost. I think she should be about here. So you can see actually, because I've got it on that frame 14, and as I adjust this key, you can see that the rotation is different. Okay, that's too much. I think I like this. So we'll go and step that again. Non-linear animate. No, I want dope sheet. That's right. I think, can I just copy these keys to the stylized clip that I've already made? Paste. Yes, I can. Haha. So yeah, getting that timing right is important. Alright. Let's try that again. Can't re-import. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't do it? Please work. Okay, now it's working. I like, yeah, it's slight, but now the beginning isn't as slow. It looks like her momentum is being conserved a bit more, because just a few minutes ago, that initial going from there to there was too slow. It looked like she was starting from hanging without moving. That's what it looks like when you don't get that right. But she is moving. So so we can't have it look like she's starting from 0. Oh yeah, there's an invisible grind rail here. I forgot about that. I forgot to add a mesh to this one so I can just grind in the air. get some speed. Oh, I really like the transition. I haven't tried this yet, but the transition between this jump, the grind jump, and the double jump, I really like. I like how that looks. So I just need to see it. I need to study it. I need to study my own animation. Yeah. I don't know. What do you... I haven't checked in with you guys for a bit. What do you guys reckon? Oh, whoa, whoa, what did she... Wait, what just happened there? She just, like, did that through the floor. That's funny. What do you guys reckon? Hi, Kaish. How do I pronounce that name? I don't know. Oh, Prince of Persia's? Seth was talking about Prince of Persia. Wait, is that what you're talking about? What acronym did you type? Oh, POP. Oh, of course. Of course that means Prince of Persia. I don't know why, but I didn't read that as POP. I read that as POC for some reason. I'm like, Prince of... What is the... I don't know. That's what I was... I don't know what it was. Why don't you make the invisible void transparent? Because transparency expensive. So I think the reason... That was actually not meant to be there, that rail. I'm trying to remember why it's invisible. There's a reason why it's invisible. I think it was because it was visible before I made the grind rail model, and then for whatever reason... Oh yeah, so what happened was... It's such a weird story. That grind rail, when I added the mesh, it wouldn't work. Like, you physically couldn't grind on it. So, and then I thought, well, I want to keep it there, because it goes between these two things, and I want to keep this grind rail there, but for whatever reason, when I add... Because I did add the model to it, and it just stopped working. Like, Gabi would jump near it, and she wouldn't grind on it. So I turned it off, mesh-wise, just so... Because it wasn't working anyway. So it's like, well, I can't have this mesh that you can't grind on, so I'll turn off the mesh. And it was up until, like, recently, you didn't even know... You wouldn't be none the wiser. But then one day, the grind started working on that rail again, for no reason. So now we have an invisible rail. You know what? Let's fix that. So that's... Yeah, that's it there. It just hides itself in the game. So it should be a tick box somewhere. Yeah, hit it in game. Turn that off. So yeah, because it just magically started working one day, and it's like, why does this work now? Why did it just decide to start behaving all of a sudden? It's really confusing. Let me just save this. You don't think she pops up high enough? Yeah, maybe. We can't have her pop up too high. So there's the rail now. We can't have her pop up too high though, because then the animation will look too slow. But I think, yeah, maybe she could pop up a bit higher, because she does... Yeah, now that I look at it... She does... Her hips go up. That shouldn't happen. Yeah, you're right. It has to... She has to come up a bit higher. There's also something I need to check. If I change the frame rate to 30, there's something I noticed. Okay, I think it stopped happening now. So there was a little discovery I made yesterday. Some of you in the Discord will know what I'm talking about. I made this fun little discovery yesterday after I got off stream, and I noticed something. I'll show you. I'll redo the change, and I'll show you this fun little discovery. Where's Gabi's model? No, I want her character class. If I open her base class and change one setting, I'll change it back to what it was. And this is a very fun discovery. Watch this. So yesterday, I noticed something about her animation. And I noticed that when I had the game running at my normal... I usually leave the frame rate unlocked when I test it, because I have a high refresh rate screen, so I see it at 120 FPS usually. And it looks normal. But if I change the frame rate to 30... You notice how the jump pose is slightly different? Isn't that strange? If I change it to 60, you see how her back is straighter? But if I change it to 30, you see how she's like, it's slightly different. Just ever so, like her arms are out wider. You can see her arms, that's where it's most noticeable. Her arms are wider versus if I have it at 140 FPS, her arms are closer together. That's a weird issue, right? You know why that's happening? I can't wait to tell you why this happens. So, Gabi's character derives from the Unreal character class, which is amazing. It's a great character class. It handles a lot of things. So you see how here it says parent class character? So I didn't make parent class character, that ships with the engine. And it handles running, jumping, swimming, flying, and more. Inertia, physics, acceleration. It's got all of that in the package without you having to make it yourself, which is great. Because back in the Unity days when I was using Unity, I used to have to do all that myself and it would glitch the hell out all the time. So it's good to have a reliable base like this, except for one little hair in the suit. Except for one thing. And I'll show you, I'll see if you guys can notice it. I'll see if you guys can pick up on this thing when I open up Gabi and change the frame rate. I want you to pay attention. I'm gonna have this at 144 FPS. Pay attention to the speedometer in the corner. Can you guys see it? It should be right below my camera. There's a speedometer in the corner. I want you to watch the number when she jumps. So this is at 144 frames a second. That's her jump. I'm doing it in slow motion so you don't miss it. I'm gonna do 30 FPS. So this is now at 30 FPS. Watch the number. Oh, wait a minute. Why is it working now? Oh, no. So if I don't slow time, it only works when I don't slow time. So watch it again at 144. So you see the number it stays at, and then it starts going like that. Then I go 30. You see how the number is slightly lower? So that's why the animation looks different, because the animation is depending on her velocity. And her velocity at 144 FPS is 14 kilometers an hour thrust upwards. But at 30 FPS, it's 12 kilometers an hour. So the default Unreal jump is frame rate dependent. And unless, I'm pretty sure that most indie games made in Unreal use this character class. So it's probably an issue not unique to Project Feline. If you find any Unreal made indie game, it probably has the same issue, because this is the default setting. By default, it will be frame rate dependent. So her velocity, the thing is that without that speedometer, it is imperceptible, which is why I never noticed it until yesterday. Because if you watch it without the speedometer, you wouldn't notice it, because it's only 2 kilometers an hour difference. It's so hard to notice unless you're measuring it. But that makes a difference, because when I have the animation relying on velocity values, it changes how the animation blends. So it blends to a different value. That's why her arms stick out more, because it's blending between a different pose at a different rate. So that's an interesting little discovery I made. And there's a little tick box that you have to find to turn it off. So I just untick this tick box, which is on by default. So I have to turn that off. And it says by turning it on, the tooltip says by turning it on, it eliminates frame rate dependency, but it does the opposite. So when I turn it off, it then makes it frame rate independent. So now if I do this at 144, it's 14 kilometers an hour. And if I do it at 30, it is 14 as well. So that was so frustrating, but this whole time, Gabi's jump has been frame rate dependent. But the rest of the movement isn't. That's the thing that's so weird, is that the rest of her movement's fine. It's just the jump. I don't know why. So that's a fun little discovery. Is this why some games force a frame rate cap? Yep, probably. That's why Creation Engine will break if you turn off VSync, probably. It's actually, we were talking about this yesterday, it's incredible the amount of quality AAA games from the last 20 years that literally can't function consistently at different frame rates. Like Sonic 06, I remember I told this little story about how if you run it on a PAL television, an analog PAL television, the entire game runs 10% slower. And it's the same for Skyrim, has that issue. I don't know, there's no other games I've heard of, but there's probably heaps of others that have some issue like that. But I've tried so hard in my development to make it, I've held myself to this maybe too high a standard to make the entire game behave the same no matter the frame rate. And I didn't realize how hard that was until I started noticing how many studios don't bother. And I'm like, oh, maybe they don't bother because it really is difficult. I don't know. But with that one tick box, it seems to act reliably now. But now I'm like kind of paranoid that there's something else that I haven't noticed that is frame rate dependent. But I do know for a fact that all of my custom stuff, the sliding, the wall running, I know for a fact that that's fine. I tested that rigorously. The only issue, because I was looking at this because someone mentioned that there's an issue with the grinding, where if you jump on a grind rail, you get a speed boost, but at 30 FPS you don't. So that's unrelated, that's a bit of a different, I know why that's happening, but part of the reason was because of that jump dependency. So anyway, that's a bit of a tangent, different, not to do with animation, but it's just this funny little discovery I found, a happy little accident. So I'm gonna save all that. Oh, thanks T-Junction. Appreciate the kind words. Any plan release the game? Well, yeah, I'm gonna release it at some point, obviously. I can't tell you when though, because the estimates are always changing. But it will release in the future. That's the plan. I'm not gonna not release it. That'd be stupid. Same Skull says in Call of Duty games, you can take less fall damage based on the frame rate. Oh, seriously? Actually, yeah, wasn't there an issue with Vanquish? When they ported it to PC, it did the same thing. Like, you would take more damage if you were running it at a higher frame rate, and they had to patch it out. But the original game was a PS3 and Xbox exclusive, so it would be capped at 30, so that would never happen on the source hardware. But yeah, that's a funny little... It's funny how often it happens. What's this? Penny's Big Breakaway came out last month, had issues where running the game at any frame rate other than 60 would... Oh, oh, that's a certified creation engine moment, am I right? That's crazy. So yeah, you'll be pleased to know that I've now squashed one more frame rate bug. But yeah, I'm pretty worn out now. I think I'm gonna probably finish up for today. We actually got a few things done. We did the jump. Let's make sure I have these ticked off. We did the jump, ascend, moving. We did we did iteration, we'll call it iteration 1 of the double jump. And we did the iteration of the grind stretch below. So that's pretty good. We got through 3. These are all gonna need more work, but you gotta take it in steps. You gotta iterate. It's all iterative. I'm trying to think what I want to work on next week. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Any ballpark? I do have a ballpark and I have a plan, but every time I've seen an indie ever give out estimates, it always backfires. So I'm not going to tell you. I'd love to tell you, but if I do, there might, like, it's better that I don't tell you right now. I do have a plan in my own head. I've got my own schedule I'm working towards. I have my own estimates. So it's not that I'm just going on forever. And I know you guys really want to play it. But if I tell you my estimate right now, you will be disappointed later. Because every time I've seen an indie do that, it's what's happened. So I'm not going to make the same mistake. So, see, I'm smart. I don't set up to disappoint my fans. All I can tell you is that I'm doing the best job I can. And that's really all you can do. But when it is done, it'll be... it isn't done until it's great. Because I can't release something average. Because that'll be even more disappointing, I think. I think if I had to choose between releasing it broken but sooner and waiting, I think having it like a lackluster average thing sooner would be worse. So that's why I kind of don't take dates too seriously. Because I've seen people who I know that stick to their dates, it doesn't work. Like, I don't really... there's a lot of complicated reasons why, but yeah, there was a guy I knew who had this, like, very short release. Like, they decided on the release date 2 weeks beforehand, which is a bad move. You don't never do that. And then they released the game, And they made the deadline, but at a great cost. The game commercially failed, it review bombed. I think it's still sitting at mixed. And it's, that to me, if I ever do that, I've failed at life. And the way you do that is by being way too rigid with your deadlines. That's what happened to Sonic 06. The higher-ups were like, guys, you has to come out at Christmas. And the devs, who had already been cut in half, and the director had already left, were like, yes, Mr. Sega. And look at what happened. It was so bad that people still talk about it. So that's just some extra little context there of why I don't want to announce a date right now. Because it's just, at the stage I'm in, and the stage I've seen other indies do, it's just a bad move. You don't want to do that. But when I am confident fully that it is exactly going to happen here and I won't bend it, that's when I'll say something. But we're not at that stage yet. Because hell, I don't have all the content, I don't have all the levels, I don't have all the music, I don't have all the little bits of polishes. There's heaps that's still left to do. So all I can tell you is what needs to happen still. And even then, there's probably going to be more that I don't know yet that will need to happen. So there's, I got to make all the level content. I got to make all of there's more animations I got to do. There's all the soundtrack. There's the bug fixes, which will probably multiply as I continue. And because of all those factors, it's kind of impossible to really, because my dates, I have a date in my head, but it's always changing. It's changing too often. So that's why. But hopefully that makes sense. Like, I know for gamers, for those who haven't tried making a game, it doesn't sound that complicated to stick to a date, but it actually, AAAs can't do it sometimes. CZ Project Red couldn't even do it. So it's actually kind of hard to do that stuff. So that's just something, it's hard for a lot of very valid reasons to stick to a date, especially when you're like nowhere near finished, because there's just so many unknowns. So I know people are kind of, I don't know where this really expectation came from, that release dates just always happen on time, because from what I've seen, this never happens. Nothing ever stays on schedule, from what I've seen. So it's kind of amazing. It's a very high standard. So knowing that people expect that the date won't change, I'm not going to say anything till I'm confident it won't. Sounds like you need more devs. I tried that, didn't work. That's another misconception I see a lot, where a lot of people think that adding more people, it actually does the opposite. It makes it take longer. Here's why. There's a principle, I don't remember the name, but the communication overhead when you add more people exponentially increases with the more people you add. So if I add someone, which I've tried doing, that creates 2 communication channels between him to me and me to him. We had a third person. Now it's me to him to him, him to me to him to him, and that's quadrupled. You add 10 more people, and it's like multiplied exponentially. The amount of opportunities that you can miscommunicate something, which is the main reason why things in teams don't work. I've seen it happen. It's just people that suck at communicating, and it always creates drama and issues, and it's always a disaster. So the more opportunities you make for miscommunication, the more drama, and you create more of that opportunities by adding more people. And some people can handle that, and they're extremely social, they're extremely communicative, they're very flowery and nice and don't hurt people's feelings, and they're really easy to get on with. They might not be the most productive and skilled person, but they know how to play the game. I'm not that person. I'm very technically skilled, but when it comes to people, I don't know what it is, but I just can't. I tell people to do things and they don't listen, and it just never works. It has never worked. And I learnt the hard way last year, and I'm gonna have a video on that at some point. I have a few videos to get through first, but I'm gonna have a video going through how wrong it can go. So no, adding more people is not the solution. I think the solution is to just stick it out. That's what I've learned, is because you know how much time you waste? Because onboarding that takes time. Because the conclusion I came away with after all that was over, because I had to spend like months preparing a contract and preparing briefs, and in the time I did that, I could have just done the work myself. So I've been doing that since, and it's worked out. Even though it's like more work for me, it'll get done quicker because there's no communication overhead. That's like the one, it seems to be my weakness. So it's like, I'm going to avoid the thing I'm not good at and do the thing I am good at, which is everything else. So, and this sounds like not everyone should do this. I'm not saying this is the right way. There is no right way. This is just for me. I know what my strengths and weaknesses are, and I know that adding more people is going to ruin everything. It always happens. So it's just the only difference is now I have enough experience and confidence that I know that that's true, and I'm not going to let anyone talk me out of it because I know what I see. I trust my experience now. I didn't used to do that. I used to be so worked up over following every bit of advice I got, and that's what led me to try it. So I can say that I tried it at least, and I can tell you it didn't work. But yeah, it's sort of like the best way I can describe it, because it's very complicated, but the best way I can describe it is that one woman can incubate a baby in 9 months, but that doesn't mean that 9 women can incubate one baby in 1 month. You know what I mean? It's sort of like that. Some tasks, some things just cannot be, they have no divisibility. You can't break it down and delegate it as much. I know people can argue that with a game you can, but like I said, the more you divide it up, the more opportunities you create for things to just not work. And if you're not good at fighting that stuff, then it will eat away time. So that's what I learned, and I'm like, yeah, all right, I'm just gonna keep doing everything myself like I have been, because that's been working for me. Whenever I've tried to do it the other way, it doesn't work all the time. So that's not gonna be the same for everyone. Some people it's different. That's just me. If you're not exactly like me and you have a different personality, you can probably maybe do that, but it really depends on who you are. But I don't know if that makes any sense. It probably only makes sense to me, but I know I know my experience. I've seen it happen, and I'll tell you the story at some point. It's a big story. It's a devlog type thing. I'm gonna have a devlog about it, and it'll make sense when I talk about it then. Cypher says more people doesn't mean more devs if you don't have a manager and a manager can handle. Yeah, but it's still the same principle. You're still adding more people and you still have to communicate with these people. And all of that costs money. Do you think I can afford to hire 8 people? There's no way. There's no way I can do that. Even with that Screen Australia grant, that wouldn't have been enough. That's like enough for 2 people, but certainly not 8. And here's the thing, because I know a lot of people have also reached out to me to volunteer. You get what you pay for. So I know that sounds kind of mean, but it's true. Someone that's really good is not going to be free. Someone that is good enough is going to cost a lot. And if you want to have multiple of those people, it's going to really cost you. At this rate, it's just cheaper for me to do it myself, because I know how I want it done. I know what I want. I know exactly what I want and how I want it done. And it seems like whenever I try to communicate that to people, they just don't get it. So I'm like, well, I'll just do it. If you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. That's what I believe. But yeah, I expect that's only really going to make sense to a minority of you, because most people aren't like me, I don't think. Most people can't learn 10 skills and do them all. Most people can learn one thing really well and communicate with other people to rely on the rest. So for the majority of people, it's going to be kind of different, but yeah. Oh, cousin. Well, yeah, I think, yeah, if you saw the code that the guy I had work on, yeah, you'll know what I'm talking about then. The code was, I might have some of it here still. I don't know if I can find it. I might have gotten rid of it, but I had a contractor do some tools for me. I don't know if I can find it. It might take too long to find, but just to give you an idea on how bad it can get, this dude couldn't even name a file. He couldn't even do that. It was every single file, and he sent me thousands of files of like metadata and blueprints and materials, all of them named wrong. He could not stick to a naming convention. And I know it doesn't sound like a big deal to someone who isn't a developer. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is. It is a symptom When you can't get the little things right, that's a symptom. That's a symptom of laziness and lack of care. It tells me that you don't take it seriously. If you can't even name a file thoughtfully, you can't do anything. Like, I'm sorry, but I know it sounds mean, but if you can't even do that small thing, you're useless. And I knew that instantly. When I saw that first thing in my little source control, before I imported all the files in, I knew, I was like, uh-oh, I see this one file's named wrong. This also is named wrong. This is named wrong. And I just knew that I was going to be in for a ride when I actually opened up the code. And I'm like, I have a bad feeling. And then I went and opened one, and the functions weren't named. So there was literally, I don't know if I can find it in here. I don't know what folder it's even in, because the guy did a terrible job organizing the folders. But one of the tools in it had new function 0 with no comments. And one of the output nodes was empty. Like, it had an output boolean that wasn't connected to anything. And I'm like, what the hell does this do? What does this do? I don't understand what's the point of this function? And I wrote to him and I said, can you what is this? Can you explain what this does? And he says, oh, it was ages ago, lol. I don't remember. And then yeah. So that's what can happen. That's okay. That's just one of many stories. But I know what I'm talking about here, okay? I don't want to get too worked up over it. It's a story for another time. But that's when I realized that I can't rely on people. Can't trust them. Well, it's not even an optimization thing. I know Monho says it's optimization. It isn't even really... It's not just that. It's deeper. It's attention to detail. It's... I'm still trying to figure out exactly, because there is a deep problem with someone like that. And I'm still trying to work out exactly how to word it. But it's essentially someone that does that. Here's the sad thing, is that he doesn't even notice. Like, he's so asleep that he didn't even pick up on it. Or maybe he just doesn't care. It doesn't make a difference to me. It's still bad. And this guy had like 15 years experience. He's a studio lead right now. And I'm thinking, man, I don't have anywhere near that experience, and even I can do better than that. So it was really disappointing. It was a huge letdown. And yeah. And I told him it's not a miscommunication, because I gave him a whole document of how to name stuff, the guidelines and everything, which I also had to write. Like, that takes time too, by the way. You have to actually spend time telling people exactly how it has to be done. So yeah, look, if it's like a game jam, because I think most people who I know that have worked with other people in game jams, and they think it's easy because it's easy in a game jam. And it's like, yeah, because there's no consequences in a game jam. You can afford to do it to a low standard and not suffer any consequences. But if you're doing something for more than a few months and you have people at that lower standard, then it's over. Like, you can't, it is, having them on the team is positively counterproductive. Because you know what I had to do after it was over, after the contract ended? I had to spend, I think it was like 2 weeks on cleaning up, which I could have spent on actually working on stuff. So I'm still pretty upset about it, because it was just a massive waste of time and money, and I could have done it myself. But I decided, oh, well, people think I should add more people, so I'll try it, because I had hope that that would be the solution. And I can tell you now, no, that's not. It's totally not. Some people, maybe. Different projects, different people, maybe, but not in this case. So, but yeah, I'm glad you asked though. I know it's kind of a depressing topic and it's very complicated, but that's just my honest experience. I'm not going to lie to you here and say that everyone should collaborate all the time, because no, you really should know if you're the right kind of guy for it. I know that I'm not, because I find that I tend to have higher standards than the people that I meet. So I know that I'm kind of going to get let down and burned if I try to do that. So, and again, the people who I'm talking about, this is just in my country. The bar is very low here. So it could just be a matter of working with the wrong talent pool. I'll admit it could be that, but I also kind of don't want to find out. You know what I mean? Because I have to guess in America or anywhere that has an industry, they'd have higher standards maybe, but I don't know. I don't think I want to find out. I think I just want to stick to what I know. But yeah. Seth says he sounds like he generated it from a tool. I mean, maybe. He might have. He might have just done ChatGPT or whatever. I don't know. But it was... Oh, it was awful. I could have done better on my first 2 weeks of Unreal. Like, that's how shocked I was. I was like, is this seriously... Like, it was really shocking. But yeah, I'm a solo player. I'm a single player guy. Yeah, I can see some of your messages here. See, that's what I was thinking. How does that even happen? That's a great question. I'll never know, because he doesn't even have the answer. He won't. He's like, oh, I don't remember. So I'll never know. You'll never know either of how he thought that was fine. But, you know, well, yeah, look, that's just what happens, okay? That's just what happens. It's not, I didn't want it to happen like that. That's why I've been kind of hesitant to make this, because I have a whole video I'm trying to work on about this, and it's been hard to work on because it's just such a big letdown. And it's like, I don't want to pass that on to you guys and make you bummed out, because I was really bummed out by it. But I can't not say anything. So I've been trying to like work on a comprehensive step by step, month by month, because this happened over like 6 months, maybe more. Might have been 8 months actually. So it was a significant chunk of time that I completely wasted by thinking I could recruit people and like, you know, whatever. Like that, I can tell you now, if I had just done it myself, things would be further along. Even though it doesn't sound like it would be. It sounds counterproductive, but I based on what happened, I think it would actually have been faster to just do it myself. Anyway. Well, I don't think it's perfectionism. It might be a little, but I think it's just having standards. I think that's literally, like, I think just naming a function is not perfectionism. Like, that's a bare minimum. That's like the bare minimum, isn't it? Like, if you hire anyone, you would expect them to just name a variable or name a function, right? I don't think that's perfectionism. I know that I am guilty of perfectionism, but I don't think these things that I'm talking about, I don't think this is me being perfectionist. I think this is just having the bare minimum standards. That's what it is to me anyway. Like naming a file the appropriate thing, because it's such an easy thing to get right, or naming a function something descriptive of what it does so that someone else can read it. That I don't think, I don't want to argue here, but I really don't think that's perfectionism. I think that is industry standard, wouldn't it? Like, how would you get anything done otherwise? Unless it's normal. Unless this is normal, which if it is, then that's horrifying. If it's normal for this to happen, I'd like to think it isn't, but if it is, whoa, then that's just terrifying. Naming is the basics of basics? Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I thought. But to this dude, 15 years in the industry, I guess not. I guess he somehow got through all those years without ever getting caught on it. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, like... See, I think this is all important, but everyone who I personally know seems to not... They don't share that same attention. It's not a perfectionism, it's just... They just don't have standards, and it's just... It's disappointing. I've been burned, even before Feline. Even before all that, I've been burned in the same way. So I just know for certain now. And it does snowball. Yes, Cursor, that is correct. It does snowball, and I saw it snowball. Exactly what I thought would happen happened. And I thought, if he can't even do this, there's going to be other things. Because it isn't just that it creates clutter and that it creates disorder. It's also a symptom of your habitual work ethic, which I think is so vital. I think if you don't have a good work ethic, because things like file naming should be so natural and second nature to you. You should be in the habit of doing it that you don't even have to go out of your way to do it. It should come to you automatically because it would be a habit. So when I see someone that can't do it, it tells me that they have the habits they have built are the wrong habits. They have skipped vital habits, and they're going to pay for that in other ways, because that care, when you take that to a bigger task than naming something, like writing a complex function, writing a generator or whatever, if you think that it's acceptable to skip the small things like that, then there's going to be lots of little things in the big stuff that you are going to ignore. And I find that the people that aren't, because they aren't even aware of it either. I don't even think that, it's not that they don't care. I think a lot of the time they just don't know. And if you don't pay attention, if you don't know, you're going to be skipping a lot of stuff. You're going to be working on something, and there's going to be something that goes on in whatever you're writing that you're not going to notice, even though you're in control and you're writing it. But because you have been conditioned, or you've conditioned yourself or whatever, you haven't been disciplined to focus on a file name or whatever, or a function name, you're gonna miss a lot. And I saw that happen. Because I looked up all these other functions, there was a lot more missing than just, like class design. There was an issue where we had two tools that were identical tools that were, for whatever reason, not inherited. Like we had I think it was a spline generator of some kind. It was for like walls. And there was one made for the lab level, and there was one made for a different level for some reason. Even though like the only thing that's changed between the two is the mesh. So the mesh changed. So it's like, make a child. That seems like the sensible thing, right? But no, instead what I open up to see is a duplicate copy-paste of the entire class. Not inherited, but a copy-paste of the entire class that has all the same nodes in it, that has just had the mesh property changed only. Now, for those who aren't really programming savvy, that might sound a little off and you might not know why, but for those who are programming savvy, you're probably recoiling in your chair right now on how awful that is. It essentially means that there's no inheritance going on, even though they do the same thing. So if you have a bug in one of them, you have to fix it twice to account for both copies. And if you have 5 bugs in both of them, you have to now fix 10 bugs. So that compounds. And if you have to fundamentally change how one works, you then have to do that again to the other. And this is just another example, but there's more. But it's like, that's what it all started when I was looking at everything in source control and all the files and changes and the conflicts and everything. It all started when I saw that one misnamed file, and I knew that this guy's not paying attention, and he's gonna not think through everything if he can't do this. And that's, sure enough, it's exactly what happened. So anyway, I'm sorry it sounded a bit bitter about it, but it's something I take very seriously. And that's why adding more devs sometimes is not the solution. Because it is recoiling. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yes, and refactoring takes twice as long. Yeah, you guys could probably brainstorm a lot of reasons why that's bad. Isn't that something only beginners would do? I would say no, because when I was 12, I didn't even make that mistake. When I was a beginner, even I could do better. And I'm not trying to be like, toot my own horn. I'm just saying that I really don't think it's even a beginner thing. I think it's just laziness and lack of care, lack of being switched on and focused, and just sleepwalking through development. I think I don't know. I think it's just this apathy. That's the word. It isn't lack of care. Apathy is the better word for it. It's just this complete apathy over, you're just there to do it and get out attitude. I hate that attitude so much. And that's why I'm not going to work with anyone, because to find someone that isn't like that is, as what I've seen anyway, that is like you can afford them, is almost impossible. And it would take too long to find. So that's some of my story there. But yeah. Thanks for listening to that. And I know it's a very long answer, but I hope that really does answer that question. And I really don't think I'm being unreasonable. I know that some devs are very arrogant and they want to just do everything themselves and take the credit. And I know that might look like that's what it is, but that's not that. I really wanted that to work. Like when I brought the dude on and the contractors on, I really wanted it to be one of those stories where it does work, but that's just not reality. It just doesn't happen like that. That's the exception. When it all goes well, when you get a passionate team of people, and it works, that isn't the rule. That's the exception. That only happens if you have the exact right people, which is like not gonna happen most of the time. I wish developers could do story rewrite patches. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people do, but it's a lot of work. But yeah. You have a right to be bitter. I mean, I probably shouldn't be bitter about it. It's my fault. I hired him. And it really is my fault. That's why I actually feel more bitter about it, because I could have done something. I could have done more, but I didn't think to. And that's why I feel kind of stupid, because I could have fired him earlier and saved a lot of heartbreak and stress. But I had hope. I was like, no, I'll let him finish. But no, I'm not making that mistake again. Anyway, guys, I gotta get going. I know that was a bit of a tangential way to end an animation stream, but that's sort of there to give you a taste on what's coming in the devlogs. I have a few I have to work on first. I have some less harsh topics I can cover, which I'm working on right now. But there is a devlog coming that will kind of go through the story with this. And this all happened like last year, so I've just been busy, but you'll get the scoop, the full scoop in due time. I just have a lot to do. But until then, I'll see you guys next week for the more streams on animation, on Tuesday for Americans and Wednesday for the part of the part of the time zone that I'm in. So I think the UTC time is Wednesday 2 a.m. So you can do the math there from UTC when it is for you. But thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a great weekend. I will see you next week.